We are live, but it seems like Streamlabs didn't get that memo. I don't see a little pop-up in the chat. It'll be fine. How we doing, fellas? Let's get this show right back on the road. Event open. Gotcha, okay. Stages. Happy New Year! Oh yeah, because we just had the anniversary event. Let's get into it. Streamlabs is on strike, apparently. Dante, any idea where that leftover cake from yesterday went? No idea. I mean, why would I know? I can't even eat. Darn. Did Donkey already get her paws on him? Rhoda rubbed her tired eyes, muttered something about how we should have partied in her room instead, and stumbled to the back door. The New Year's came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after the various incidents of the LCE. The sinners all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city, but annual celebration for New Year's seemed to be a thread that connected their cultures together. They began floating the idea of a New Year's party, and... Excellent! Then permit me the honor of hosting this banquet! With her usual overdramatic boast, coupled with the familiar twinkle in her eyes, Don Quixote declared that there would indeed be a New Year's party, and thus it was decided. Again, after all the hell we went through with the back door and whatnot for the out-of-season Christmas celebration? Yet I must insist, for 'twas but an effort to decorate the bus, the intent quite divorced from the act of celebration. Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. Huh? Oh, don't worry about me, really. Well, 'tis true that mine actions have brought thee quite the distress, unintentionally, I might add. Thus I ask thee, wouldst thou not agree that a communal event to mark the occasion might freshen up both our spirits and bodies? I can't even begin to imagine her amnesiac self even taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it, but I guess with memory came tact. You know, it's our first New Year's together. It sure is an occasion for a celebration, huh? Gotta hear that bell go ding to really mark the transition to a new year, right? Ah, it seems that we shall be welcoming the first light of the new year in company of one another. This is indeed cause for celebration. A bowl of noodles before the last night of the year fades. Classic. Such bubbling enthusiasm from ye warmeth mine own heart. Forsooth, the grandiosity of this banquet shall be one for the books. Fireworks most brilliant, enough delicacies to... Cut on. When's our next stop? Meth will be running non-stop for 3 days at least. Only Dum-Dum stop on a fast road. So she says. Virgilius muttered with his usual sardonic edge, one fist under his chin. Fie! For next year's celebration, the banquet shall be prepared ere the promised hour. Don Quixote's idea of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness, but... Rhoda brought out the cakes and cookies she'd stashed in her room, so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. That's adorable. After that, we all stayed up together, watched the New Year's first sunrise briefly paint the city in gold, then retired to sleep. When everyone woke up, rubbing their tired eyes, the world outside the bus had completely transformed. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates. H-Corp? The sinners began to voice their surprise, appropriately so, as what came into view was different from any of the nests we'd passed by on our journey thus far. Hey, how's it going, Engine? Is that massive structure all one building? If that whole thing's the nest, where the hell's the back streets? It's big enough to cover H-Corp territory and then some. Well, there he goes again, asking dumb questions without ever taking a peep at the guidebook. That's not the nest. That huge box you see over there? That's District 8. We call it Hong Yuan, the vast garden here at H-Corp. The nest lies within the center of the structure, in the back streets without. So they squeeze the entire population of this district in there? Do they just not get a ray of sunlight all year round? Huh. Well, at least they don't have to worry about the rain. Prithee, avail me aside as well. As the sinners began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus, stirred awake from their late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn towards Hong Lu. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face, worried. It wasn't exactly something unique to Hong Lu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year, whenever he felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing. It's not such a bad place once you actually try living here for a while. But his lips, ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly and relaxed smile, are making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference, kind of like how Hong Lu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause. But actually, no, I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. My job, at this moment, is to keep a close eye on Hong Lu, more so than usual. If the time comes for me to help him, as the manager, I'll give it my all. Besides... Whoa, this thing's even bigger up close. Verily, I carry no recollection of a structure so grand, even in past adventures of mine. My efforts aren't enough. I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too. I looked at my thoughts and approached the sinners, who were flattened up against the glass window to get a good view. That is a hell of a building. Check rewards. Well, I bought everything, so. The duel. Clear in 10 turns. First time, 60, an additional 10. We've got the noise on the bench. We have also leveled, but not uptied, our Priest Gregor. And I just got her to uptie 4. Literally minutes before stream. Daily reset happened, I popped a couple of thread things, and yeah. So, let's give it a try. It's not full power yet, because we need to get Greg upside, but once we left the bus. Oh man, can't believe we had to get off the bus here. We have to make a formal complaint against H-Corp for that crap. What the hell are they thinking, doing shoddy construction work at the entrance of the highway that leads straight into the nest? Many causes there may be to such construction projects, yet perhaps an early warning sign ere our approach to the site would have been a sensible addition. Were it not for young Caron's most valiant driving, I shudder to even imagine the terrible possibilities. 'Twould have been a most awful end to an adventure. It's no surprise that the sinners all had a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up to the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mess of badly put together steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road. Caron quickly spun the bus around, which meant that everyone ended up being thrown about like ragdolls. Good thing there was another road off the highway that leads into the city, right? Bet Caron would have tried to reverse gear all the way back to the last interchange. But looks like we'll be going through all these winding alleyways to get to the nest. It's so dark in here. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking the bus, illuminated only by faint strands of light. It was immediately obvious that we found ourselves in the back streets of H-Corp. Looked pretty impressive from the outside, but it's no different from the other back streets inside, eh? Yep, it's a familiar sight. Gotta say, it's getting real old. I ask thee, is the nest of this district shrouded in such darkness as well? No. These particular sites are limited to the back streets of District 8. The back streets of this district weren't very different from the other ones we'd visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something. People scowling and glaring at the ground with some sickness or discomfort. Scenes all too common in every corner of the city. There was one thing about this place that stood out from the other districts, however. I They're kind of reminding me of the former G-Corp soldiers back at District 4. What? What do you mean? You mean those fellas? The growths on their flesh appeared too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them had odd protrusions or nodules bulging from their skin as well. Not at all, Manager Bud. Look, they haven't all mutated in the same pattern, like into an insectoid form, for example. Well, I guess I should commend you for not looking at them through a biased lens. You are observing the aftermath of District 8's distinctive method of treatment. Oh, so this is where the rumors about the bluish healing ointment came from, huh? Apparently they can cure any flesh wound after just one night dressed in bandages? It seems that certain misconceptions must be addressed. They are the variations of H-Corp's singularity, the bolus. The bolus? She is likely referring to medicines brewed and kneaded into ball-shaped pills. Correct. H-Corp, or the Hongyuan Bioengineering Group, mainly manufactures boluses that contain essences of treatment. The boluses may be taken orally, ground into water, into a paste, and applied directly to the affected area, or dissolved in water, soaked into bandages, and wrapped around the necessary area for treatment. I guess rumors transform as they travel. Oh, I see. I was just thinking about how they did things back at the K-Corp. The focus of K-Corp's technology is the reversal or recovery of one's conditions. Returning to the original state is the key word in their treatment. It is no rare sight to find unique techniques and technologies developed independently by the inhabitants of backstreets of District 8 using the manufactured boluses. The treatments are not individually customized for each patient. Instead, their focus is on selecting the appropriate techniques from a myriad of choices to address the deficiencies in their statuses. Perhaps one could choose the words transformation or evolution as a more illustrative descriptor for their method of treatment. So, that's what counts as treated? The crowd Sinclair was pointing at certainly appeared unhurt, as none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp, but many of them appeared dazed, staring blankly at nothing, or scratching absent-mindedly at their mutated parts. Ah, they must be the regulars. Unexpectedly, we found our answer not from Faust, not from Merceau, but from Hong Lu. The regulars? Yes, I've heard of them as a child. People who've grown too accustomed to visiting the clinics in search of their mystical treatments. The regulars might appear more intimidating than most people at a first glance, but apparently all side effects they've been stacking changes them in strange ways. It is highly likely that interoperational conflicts or issues will arise when applying highly disparate treatment methods to a single body. At least it's a cheaper alternative for people who didn't sign up for life insurance. You speak of life insurance? Yes, life insurance. There's a special insurance option to bring the client back to life upon the event of their death. I see. So, is that what his whole family does? So if you can survive to 13, you get your life insurance policy? That's where they can take on anything the city can throw at them? So, the irony isn't lost on me, but I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos. The head does not consider the revival via life insurance to be a violation of their non-resurrection taboo. It is likely that, on a technical level, this revival is actually categorized as brain resuscitation, as opposed to a full resurrection. Degradation of its functions considered, of course. Another fatal downside to this technology is that, unlike the manager's clock winding, the subject cannot be brought back if their brain is destroyed. Also, there is a risk of significant losses in the processes of information transference. Losses, huh? So maybe some of their mutations could be more than just side effects of these treatments. Maybe. But I heard it takes more than 1 or 2 revivals to change that much. Since apparently people in the backstreets could never even dream of paying consistent insurance renewal rates, so... After all, who would sign up for insurance if using its services could reduce them to such pitiful states? Yeah, they appear pathetic and pitiful to you rich bastards, don't they? You'll soon be in the same boat as them, so save some pity for yourself. Identify yourself. The stranger's voice cut through a discussion like a foreign instrument. I turned around to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good. You must be the young master of that high and mighty Gia family, huh? I can tell just by looking at your pretty face. Your friends, Honglu? No. I haven't had much chance to get acquainted with people from the back streets, so... Nope. I've never met them before. Of course you haven't. Too busy living large, playing gods in a whole different world from us plebs, huh? Not that it matters. We're just here to take that thing you brought here for submission to the family hierarchy evaluation. The what evaluation? Okay, there's clearly a misunderstanding. There's quite a lot of them. We're not off to a great start here. Man. Actually, no. It'd be a violation of our office's core values to jump them like we're some common thugs. I, Shansan, third son of the Triax office, challenge Gia Bayu of the Gia family to a duel. Our wager will be that the winner can take anything they want from the loser. Wait, what do you mean a duel? Duel? I have heard tale that duels of the Honorable Fixtures of the Sync Association Eastern Branch announced their intent to duel by stating their affiliation and name instead of casting their gauntlets. And the pamphlet that young Ishmael had presented to me earlier presented the truth that the Triax office is indeed an office of the East, though they are indeed of a lesser quality. 'Tis a true, genuine, accurate declaration of a duel that we behold. So, it's just a fancy way of saying 1v1, mate. Let's go, innit? I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust? Agreed. This individual does not seem to possess any particular exceptional skill that may pose difficulties for Honglu. I think it's going to be okay. I'll be back in a minute, Dante. You sure this is okay? I don't think you're going to lose against him, but, you know, just in case. No worries. I have some childhood experience with duels myself. I've done about 10 of them, I think. So the rich boy's dabbled in some duels, has he? I think you misunderstand. I meant to say that I've done about 10 of them a day. Oh, but grandmother sometimes lets me skip them, so it might have been slightly fewer than that on some days. What? I, Honglu of Limbus Company. No. I, Baoyu of the Gia family, accept this duel. Honglu stepped forward confidently as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Honglu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggression, before curiously cocking his head to the side. Sorry, are we waiting for something? Oh, so I always let the opponent get the first 2 moves in duels. Please, don't hesitate. Let me, you little... Your cocky pride shall be your downfall! The man who introduced himself as Shansan leapt towards Honglu. Then, after about a minute... How is this happening? Unlike Shansan, who was throwing punches and swings with boiling hot passion, Honglu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strikes like he was out on a picnic, as though this was but a leisurely stroll through a garden. Whenever Shansan threw a powerful punch, Honglu redirected it to the side with ease, the fist only grazing his clothes. We were mesmerized by the feathery light movements of his hands and feet that effortlessly glided through the air, until, after one blink-and-you'll-miss-it moment, we realized that Shansan was already face down on the ground, defeated. Oh, young Honglu, hast thou been concealing thy full strength in our presence? Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I always put my all into every fight. Yet to defeat this foe so soundly, to dance with such grace between his strikes, 'twas as though thou wert dueling someone whose skill may only be measured against a child's. But most of our fights happen in environments with a lot of variables, and we usually fight against enemies with all kinds of unexpected weapons and powers. You read him. Already familiar with that fool's moves. Oh, yes. One of my Biwu instructors used similar techniques as this gentleman here. Practice makes perfect, and perfection makes an expert, right? Right, but I'm not sure if that's entirely relevant here. Well, anyway, looks to me that you soundly get your behind in the stool. Let us through, why don't you? And preferably not do the thing I think you're about to do. The stool wasn't overseen by a notary office anyway. And our employer's not gonna let this failure slide if we just leave. Don't just sit there. Move your asses and jump them. Pathetic. I can kind of see how we're becoming experts at getting jumped. With a bitter cry of the defeated, his gang rushed towards us. Got his ass laid out by Hong Lu. Pride skills, wrath skills, plus skills. A block. Gain 3 shield for every type of negative effect on self. Interesting.
상담은 나중으로 하지. 지금은
Gain 3 alien heart. Do I? Let's check it. Gain 1 stack. Gain 1 defense level up for every 3 stacks. Bloodied hand. We just stack that up to get superpowered skill 3, which we don't have yet. We're gonna save the red for the time being, just to make sure that we have our AoE online.
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
We need 1 more lust, 2 more lust. Gotcha. Let's get the purples.
불길 속으로.
네 피분수.
영원히 잠들어.
And it's already done. Nice. This really isn't a great start, fellas. It's not very easy, is it? Hey, at least we got a nice warm-up. Wasn't all bad. Oh no, this seems more serious than our usual street brawls. Ishmael's right. They weren't your everyday thugs who pick fights with random people for no good reason. They were contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Hong Lu. Given how open they were about their intent, calling it a contract doesn't seem like whoever gave the contract was exactly going for subtlety. Then, maybe this is what Jia was talking about way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs? Whoever's behind this must have a bone to pick with Hong Lu. Indeed, it seems that we must expect more skirmishes like this going forward. Alas, was this trial not readily overcome? Not the point. Think on it a little more. Seems like they're assuming that Hong Lu's brought something here in order to participate in that family hierarchy evaluation. Then there's no reason to assume that we've seen the last of them. They're going to try to take out the competition. A highly accurate assessment of the situation by the executive manager. I expected no less from someone of your genius. Going for the classics of brown-nosing today, Otis. Since when was it brown-nosing to compliment a job well done? Do you not expect... This inane conversation is most riveting, but I would prefer some silence while we wait. It seems that the company foresaw such difficulties. They've sent you a support team to help you handle this issue. I heard voices coming from behind us, from where Virgilius pointed. My, you guys still haven't learned how to stick to the plan, have you? Really threw me off when I was told to meet you in some backstreets location, away from our agreed rendezvous point. A familiar voice. A voice we could not forget. Let's go! It's Pig, chat. She's back. She is alive. What's up, Sod? Been a while, everyone. Hi, I'm here too. We turn around to follow where the voice was coming from and recognize the two people we've been hoping to see again. It's Peak Chat. It's so good.
오랜 목마름도
Damn, Don
어버이를
dealt
향한
almost
죄책감.
half the team's damage.
피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게
Greg bled the
우리가
hell
이룰
out of
수
himself.
있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
A guide. Sade. Hey, pilot, right? You're... What's wrong? It's like you're all looking at a ghost. Pilot, didn't you tell me that you shared my news with them last time? I did. I sure did, ma'am. Oh, yeah, he did. The sinners each recovered from the initial shock of seeing them again. And soon, their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles. Well, good to see that things haven't changed much around here. Sode, we're so glad to see you're okay. Tick-tock to you, too. Good to see your gears are turning just fine. Sode smiled with a familiar grin. She did not seem to have changed much since the last time we met, save for a few minor differences. Her outfit and her badge, for example. Last I recall, you were promoted, yes? Allow me to congratulate you. Yeah. Or the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flickering in her eyes. Hey! I'm merely congratulating her on her promotion and offering a recognition of her excellent accomplishments. I don't see what your problem is here. But we all know the meaning that promotion carries. Indeed, and it is very profound. After all, what meaning is there to a promotion attained without spilling some blood? You're a real piece of work. Let me ask you something then. If everyone behaves like you do around her, tiptoeing around the facts, keeping it hush-hush about what happened, when is she going to get the bare minimum of the recognition and the consolation she deserves? Hush-hush would have been nice. I've even overheard some of them whisper that I let my partner die, so I can just snag a promotion. So, in that regard, I appreciate that, Otis. If we're being technical, I did die, except my brain was intact. Not even K-Corp's regenerative ampules could have revived me if it wasn't. Then, did Effie also... apparently they went right for Effie's head when they stabbed him with a prosthetic. According to the coroner's autopsy. K-Corp ampules, life insurance, neither of them can revive someone with a damaged brain. It is what it is. Anyways, let's not dwell on the depressing stuff. We're here for work. Let's get some work done. So let's talk about work, okay? Pilot? Yes, ma'am. Let's see here. Coincidentally, I happen to make friends with a feller who has ties to the Gia family, so I brought him over. Hey, is that everything? Yes, sir. Briefing over. Just as everyone was reeling in stunned silence at the least informative, least helpful briefing we've ever had the displeasure of sitting through, Ishmael was the first to catch herself. She looked up at Sade. Sade, can we rely on you for some elaboration here? The briefing was a good demonstration of the necessity of educating the 5 W's and 1 H principle. Looks like we'll have a lot to discuss once we get back, Pilot. Did I do something wrong? Shh. Pilot, buddy, just stop. You're digging yourself a deeper hole with every word. Gregor quickly leaned in to warn Pilot, but it was likely too late. A nigh unnoticeable crease had already formed between Sada's eyebrows. Prior to commencing this high-priority operation, it was necessary for us to find individuals with connections to H-Corp. So we, as the preliminary observation unit, were put to the task, and we managed to establish a connection with an individual. Oh, someone from my family? No, we tried, but your family proved to be a rather difficult nut to crack. However, as we were wasting our precious time with all of our leads, Pilot pursued an unconventional method to establish this connection. I really didn't hold back on compliments then, and this is how you... Our collaborator is a former employee of the Gia family. After leaving the family, he now runs a lodging business. And it's likely that he is far removed from the family politics, less motivation for him to attack us due to conflicting interests. Yes, and according to Pilot's report, he still regards the Gia family positively. How can I not, considering the blessings they have given me? An unfamiliar voice butted into the conversation, as though to continue Sadi's explanations. I humbly present myself before the fellowship of young Master Bayou. Please, come King Tao. He greeted us in a most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in an odd motion. Oh, is this how people greet each other here? Yep, it's called the Bao Quan gesture, bringing fist and palm together to express respect and peace towards the receiver. Knights greet one another by shaking their hands for the selfsame purpose. Forsooth, thou art indeed one possessed of a chivalrous spirit. Indeed. Much did I worry about the qualities of people the young master has surrounded himself with, but I see that he is in company of those wise in the ways of the West. I prostrate myself before the vast breadth of your knowledge. What grand generosity it is to open ajar the waterways of wisdom to quench my barren lands. Something feels familiar about this. Nah, she's been getting less and less verbose with bootlicking these days. Not like this guy, for sure. That's true, he's kind of like... How should I put this? A bit much? What are you guys talking about? Communicating only by the sound of a ticking clock. This is something I had already known ahead of time, yet... What a most curious exchange to behold in person. Brief this journey may be, yet I shall find myself thoroughly entertained in its entirety. Maybe it's the subtle sprinkle of disrespect that reminds you of the usual flavor. Wait, is this about me? You dare! Was all that bootlicking she did supposed to be a source of pride for her or something? Oda shook her head with clear distaste and strode towards me. We are nothing alike, Executive Manager. Never have I once said such empty flattery in your presence, filled with nothing but hot air and superlatives. I'll leave the guidance of these back streets to him. Well, looks like this is where... Saudi fell silent, her eyes lingering on Virgilius, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us. So I finally get to meet the Red Gaze, in the flesh. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Effie would have loved to be here. But, Manager... Virgilius seemed to sense her lingering gaze, and walked towards us after nodding slightly in her direction. Manager Sade, let's not make this any longer than it has to be. I'm not happy to be helping you with your businesses. I'd much rather put this behind me as soon as possible. Oh, please. It's our historic first collaborative operation, isn't it? Can't you spare a little more time with us? The guide bud's, actually doing something? That guy? Yes, unfortunately, LCC has our own business to take care of today, so I won't be accompanying the LCB this time. And the Red Gaze will be helping us out to get it done. Taking my fee there. Varoom. Maybe it's not that unfortunate, now that I think about it. I feel like every mission with the LCB's always been an uphill battle to get anything done. Well, you see, back then we were... just messing with you. I'm sure we'll have another chance to work together again. Boss, we don't got much time. Wait, before you go, I think you owe us some explanation, Virgilius? I will leave the details to Miss Faust. I am quite busy. Very well. Virgilius turned around and left towards Mephistopheles with an oddly disgruntled expression. Well then, I'll see you around. Next time I'll show y'all I can carry my own weight. You know, oh boy, the last time we met, I really was so darn pathetic. Pilot, competence is shown through action, not words. Saudi and Pilot gave us a light nod before following Virgilius. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, then closed them again. We let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say to not make this an awkward farewell. Very well, please, this way. Or maybe we were simply mindful of this guy who was responsible for the quality of our stay. Oh, hello, Cece. Have you come to grace me with your presence? Or are you on your way to ambush my boots? Speaking of ambush. Let's see here. We got the Benoist on the bench. I think I want to keep Greg on for the time being, even though he's not uptied, because he still has a huge blood feast like generator. Deep resentment ought to be washed away, for when the far one comes betwixt the burnt door shall a star fall astray. Are you sure we're going the right way? I don't like the sound of these weird songs. The main streets are most likely teeming with those seeking to bring harm to the young master. We must venture an alternative path. And like he said, there weren't any skirmishes once we made it deeper into the dark alleyways. The lack of foot traffic would normally be pretty unsettling, but I guess that's what we needed at this moment. As for the song, it's a song that's become rather popular in the backstreets in recent months. The lyrics are pretty, ominous for a popular song. It is a song that's spread through word of mouth. It sings of how the decimated Kong family... this is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Didn't know there was a song like that. Is this the first time you've heard of it too, Honglu? He's a posh git from a posh family. I doubt he's ever set his precious feet in the back streets, so it's no wonder he's never heard anything like it. I have been to the back streets before, but Heathcliff isn't wrong. I did spend most of my time in my room. That is precisely because you were the most treasured one of them all, young master. Much like how the jade of the greatest worth is to be cherished, prized, and hidden in the deepest depths of one's coffers where none shall reach. I'm like him? To a lesser degree, particularly as of late. So that guy used to work for the Jia family, huh? Do you know him, Honglu? Young master, is there something on my face? Ah! Honglu stopped himself as though a thought flashed in his head and glanced quietly in my direction. Then, it's nothing. Shall we continue walking down this road? Indeed, humble as I may be, I am very well versed in the roads of this area. Honglu shook his head at me as he casually changed the subject. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know from King Tao. Should we be suspicious of something? He is a collaborator, but only a temporary one. A degree of caution would be advisable. Given Pilot's clear inexperience and naivete, we would do well to remain suspicious of this character. Faust and Otis approached me as Honglu was nodding along and chatting amicably with our guide. Well, looking back at our journey so far, I think we learned our lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we came across. With this growing mistrust in mind, I slowly made my distance from the guide before asking Faust the burning question. So, what was that back there with Virgilius? Something about going off to help them out? The consequences of his actions at Wuthering Heights. Oh. His actions were a violation of one of the more important items in his contract with the company. He is simply taking responsibility for the breach of contract. I think back to the incident at the manor. It feels like such a long time ago now. Well, that's kind of a bummer. He really helped us out of a pickle. What? That's what they're dragging him away for? Is there a problem, honored guests? It's nothing at all. No problemo. Right, Ryoshi? It's you, idiot. Merceau, Can you carry Heath for a little bit? He's dead tired. It will be done. Heathcliff, punched in the gut by the hilt of Ryoshu's sword, fell forward right into Merceau's welcoming shoulder. Rhodia? You know the kind of person I hate the most? The kind of dull people who can't read the room. Don't you feel the same way, Dante? Yep. I nodded enthusiastically, as something seemed to imply that she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out, but... Rodion and Ryoshu judged correctly this time. Classified company information must not be discussed in the presence of an outsider. Reminds me of the time he got knocked out cold for a while because he kept asking questions without raising his hands. This guy just doesn't learn, huh? You successfully preserved the secrecy of classified information without spilling blood. I applaud this policy. I did good, didn't I? I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now. Yeah, they're doing our boy dirty. If it is no problemo, as you say, then that is well indeed. Yet, I worry that it appears that the problem has found us anyway. I stopped and looked around, realizing that we were surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands. What, happened to finding us a safer path? It is likely that my guidance has indeed given us a much safer path than the more obvious skirmishes. However, to my great regret, it appears that the more observant of our enemies have tracked us here. Damn it! Then what are you even here for? Isn't it your job to prevent this exact scenario? Let's leave the finger pointing for later. We're gonna have to take them all down. They must not be allowed to disseminate our current location. Exactly. Where are you slinking off to, Mr. King Tao? I must regrettably and humbly say that my talents in war are terribly lacking, so I intend to become scarce for a moment. Yet I have the utmost faith in the strengths of our young master and honored guests in overcoming this adversity, so... King Tao was already standing so far away from the front lines that he was practically hiding behind me. Faust, anything you can tell us about these enemies? No, but a consultation with the Gesellschaft seems unnecessary if we are to determine whether negotiating with them is an option. They're coming. Merceau, wake Heathcliff up and set him down. It will be done. Heathcliff, you're back.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는 게 좋겠지.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
That's a lot of bleed. Priest Greg's stagger threshold is remarkably high,
그럴 여유가 없고.
especially considering how much damage he does to himself. Let's see here. We're gonna go for Ink Over to get some extra Blood Feast.
고귀하게.
40. 먹지. 따뜻해. 엎드리도.
Let's go ahead and drop I Shall Impale. We do have +1 attack weight for this. Strat is losing it fast, so that way it goes down to half health, so he can heal more with his ailing parts. Gotcha. So, just bite the bullet early of get aggro, get staggered, take damage to get below half. Okay. That makes sense.
꿰뚫려라.
Oof, all tails. Damn.
이 정도로 나와 겁내는데?
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
I'm excited for Railway, because I'm thinking I might give that a try here soon. Probably once I'm all caught up on story content. Let's see here. This.
어떤 날도 알 수
Does it
없어.
consume hard blood? For every hard blood, after attack consume 10. I don't really want to consume my hard blood though. I think I'd rather go for this. Get the kill reset, and then hopefully get AoE. But yeah, the only downside to me wanting to do Railway is I'm going to have to learn a second team.
뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Like, I had a decent idea of how to play my previous comp that I used through Kanto 7. But now I'm figuring out how to play Blood Fiends, and then I'll need to figure out how to play another comp. Admittedly, it seems like I have a decent setup for a Rupture team, because I've got both of the rabbits, well, both of the hares, I should say, and I've got the Sync Merceau. So I've got the basis for a solid Rupture. I also have Talisman Sinclair.
또한 용서할 테니.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다. 가류센터 검열 60가
Also, we gained the mask mid-attack. Did we have lower hard blood thorn previously, maybe? Also, the perfect in-player sanity. My goodness. Negative 44. Just enough for one more round. Hostiles in the immediate vicinity have been eliminated. Our collaborator, who had been hiding far from the battle, quickly ran up to our side as soon as the fight ended. Are you unhurt, young master? Yep, I'm totally fine. Of course, our honored guests' martial skills were all exceptionally brilliant, but, young master, your light was the brightest even among the incandescent. This humble servant could not hold back his tears at this wondrous sight. To witness such excellent martial arts from none other than the young master himself. What an unexpected surprise. But don't the children of the Gia family undergo all kinds of strict training regimens from childhood? It was simply my assumption that young master had ceased his trainings once he departed the family. Anyways, how do you think they tracked us down anyway? Rupture do go fast? Yeah. I've not played a Rupture team before, though. So, I don't have a single clue how to, to really run the comp. Even though I might have the units. Don't know how to pilot it. I guess that's the best way to put it. Ah, about that. It appears that we aren't exactly tracked down. Perhaps it may be that the ilk who lurk in these parts of the backstreets recognize the young master's venerable countenance. I don't think my face is that well known. The family hierarchy of valuations are die. Every soul living in Hong Yuan must know the face of the young master who is loved by every elder of the family. It must be that they are under the assumption that you are carrying something of great value. Family hierarchy, huh? Didn't Jia-kun say something about heirs back then? They all assumed wrong then. I didn't break anything precious that the elders might be looking for. Young master, even now? I just couldn't care less about it, that's all. Besides, many of my siblings are much better fit to the family hierarchy than I am. Ah, that's... well, that is indeed a relief. A relief, is it? Ah, well, but of course, It is a highly dangerous endeavor to partake in the hierarch evaluations, so it is of great relief to know that the young master is not putting himself in unnecessary danger. I guess that could be a relief, sort of. Phew. Now that we took them all down, there shouldn't be any more on the way, right? Greg, can we not jinx ourselves for 1 second? Well, why are you laughing, Ryoshu? Now I'm worried. Please, do not concern yourselves any further. We will take a more clandestine path. I guarantee a safe and easy passage to our destination. I still have a hard time buying that. The layout of this place could constitute a perfect place to set up an ambush in most places, yet you claim this to be the safer path? Yet I must ask you to place your faith in this humble servant, for Hongyuan is not like most places. Fine, for now. Oda shut her eyes for a moment, out of retorts, then turned to look at Ishmael. Hey, Ishmael, you must have a pamphlet of this place handy, don't you? No way. You're actually going to read it? Why else would I ask? No, I mean, how could I not be caught off guard after almost a whole year of getting brushed off by everyone every time I plead for them to read the damn pamphlets? Like hell, did no one think to... I will find my own intel if you're just going to ramble on and on with your grievances. Okay, fine. Here it is. Otis opened the pamphlet and began intently glaring at its text, as though she didn't want to miss even the smallest detail of information in there. Yo. Chat. I know it's a little early for predictions. We don't even have Kanto 8 yet. But we're getting Otis development. Otis Kanto 9? Otis Kanto 9? Maybe? Suspicion clear on her knitted brows. Merp, what's up? Have you come to rub up against my legs and demand a second dinner?
다들 고생했다.
You were fed.
부조장한텐 내가 말해둘 테니까 뒤처리
Ouch.
끝나면
You bite me so fiercely.
편하게 목욕탕에 가서 몸부터 씻자고.
Piloted is a more aggressive bleed for all intents and purposes. I think what I've got going for a bleed team was Bass Rojip, a quad song, Ring Ryoshu. Ring Ryoshu? You mean Ring Otis? Endcliff, and much to my own dismay for lack of another good active unit, she branched on. Ring Ryoshu? There's Ring Song. Kurkumo clan. Ryoshu. It was Otis? Okay. I had to go and like double check. I was like, I thought there was only 2 Ring IDs. Also had an OCC. Do you need chin scratches? Is that what's going on? Here's the sweet little beast who needs chin scratches. Love that cat. As much as she drives me insane sometimes. Kezha. Cantos go in order of when they saluted you. What? When they salute? As in, like, all the way back here? Cantos go in order of when they saluted you. I'm fascinated. In the tutorial. Okay. I don't know what stage exactly, so for now we're just going to keep progging, but... In the tutorial, when they present themselves. Gotcha. We'll stick with this.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
I wonder if my... Oh boy. Gregor was the first to speak to you. Fair enough. We were on a desperate run. All the while fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies. Oi! What happened to safe and easy passage? Explain this shite! It appears that the young master's radiant countenance was made known. I thought we were finding a more clandestine passage. How come we're getting jumped by even more enemies? As I have said, the young master's radiant. At least try to give a little variation to your excuses. I cannot so easily say that he's being untruthful, given the disjointed allegiance of the enemies attacking us. Otis played with the pamphlet in her hand, clearly frustrated but unable to establish anything concrete. For people without a clear allegiance to attack a member of the Gia family, looks like everyone in the back streets has been getting pretty plucky while I was away. Back then, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. They'd all be on their hands and knees whenever we walked past. Ah, what a wonderful change. Oh, shove that wonderful change up your arse, you bloody loon. How much longer till we get there? My Kezan is near. Calm your worries. Our guide seems oddly calmer now than he did at the beginning of this journey. Did he really get numb to all the violence that fast, or... Speaking of which, what's a Kezan? It is a term commonly used to refer to taverns, inns, or equivalent places of lodging in this region. Lodging, huh? Like a hotel? Oh, it's gotta be pretty fancy then, huh? Do they serve, like, complimentary snacks and drinks like the warp train? Not sure about that, but it seems like Kazans also serve alcohol and food alongside their lodging services. Maybe we can get a meal in there. And, maybe we won't be attacked there like this? Residential non-aggression taboo. Any mutual acts of violence inside a residential building within this particular area and floor of Hongyuan is a taboo. Mutual acts of violence, so you're not allowed to fight back, but you getting assassinated is totally fine. Probably. A taboo. We may rest easy within the... I saw Faust's eyebrows slightly twitch, as though she had just heard the most ridiculous thing. But I guess I'll ask her about it later. Man, if it's for some kind of family hierarchy or family head selection contest, why couldn't they save all this fighting until then? Because it would be too late. Late how? Every hierarch candidate must have brought incredibly precious treasures with them. It would be nice if they believed that their own treasure is the most precious of them all, but everyone's going to try to take each other's just to be sure, I see. Just in case someone else brought something even better than their own. And might as well kill them too, for the sake of convenience. Is that how folks in your family think? What kind of line of thinking is that? But other families didn't seem too different from mine. Damn. Deepest apologies for intruding upon this most enthralling conversation. However, we may be inviting even further trouble by dallying here. With that, the guide pulled out a watch to check the time. It will be nighttime soon. Horrifying. Sharp-looking stranger. Counters. Gain 2 shield for every negative effect. If this unit has shield, inflict paralyze.
고귀하게.
꿰뚫려라!
이 식구를 건드렸겠다. 목이 피었잖아.
Let's see here. Heathcliff, we get a counter. It'd be one-sided. Yep. Okay.
죄인인가?
그 몸을
떼어내주지.
Gregor was the first to speak to you.
또한 용서할 테니.
엎드리도록.
Kind of tempted to throw one of my Yi song IDs and chainsaw Gregor and try to find out if Chinchilla Cop, as torturous as it may be. I know.
Parade
Apparently,
중에는 말 걸지
Rojair
않는 게
has
좋겠지?
Rupture. Inflict +2 Rupture count on her first coin. Of course, she then immediately uses it, which means this goes neutral. This one is -2 stack, +1 potency. And this one is, let's see here, it's -2 count because she adds 1 count but then hits twice. Or I guess she would consume 1 but add 1. And then yeah, I'll have to figure out some sort of team. Maybe Rupture. Maybe I try throwing my, hat in the ring for sinking or something.
못 쳐주게!
이제는 나와 공을 맞대?
너희의 무기로
Fresh wave.
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
엎드리도록.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다!
따뜻.
Sonic IDs can all be count neutral thanks to Dimension Trigger existing.
야! 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 자!
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
That's a lot of ink over. Hell yeah.
고귀하게
What a lush
나가서
chain.
싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
피날레를 시작하자.
아류 탄초 경연으로
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다!
Thank you, everybody. Now, here we are. Is this the place? After running through alleyway after alleyway, after turning corner after corner, we finally came around the site of several small buildings, tightly built next to one another. At the center of them was a building lit with red lamps, adorned with a door plate with complicated-looking letters scribbled over it. This is shoddier than I expected. Hey, isn't this place a bit too trashy to house your precious young master? That is not our building. Please, look this way to see where our honored guest will be staying for the night. I knew it. I heard so much from Hong Lu about all the splendor, all the... Huh? We followed King Tao's finger and arrived at a small warehouse of sorts, its exterior painted in black. That looked smaller than even Mephistopheles. Can we even all fit in there? Hey, that place looks trashy as heck, even for us, let alone your young master. This is the nearest Kazan we could afford to stay in, at least among the ones that I manage. Yet its location in the back streets heavily limits the level of decency it can afford. My deepest and sincerest apologies, young master. Oh, don't worry, we can always sleep in decent places. It looks just fine for an overnight stay to me. Are you nuts? Can that thing even fit all of us in there? Much did I wish to guide the honored guest at the family mansion in the central zone. However, the time... Oh, the sweeping wave. Doesn't that start at 3:13 in the morning? I feel like we got plenty of time to get there. Exactly. Don't we have more than enough time to get to the family mansion? According to the Age Corp travel guide, the central area is only like an hour away from here. Has the honored guest traveled to District 8 before? Well, No, this is my first time here, but... Then one must ask how the honored guest could claim to have the full understanding of a place merely by flipping through a book, when she hasn't had to contend with it in person. Innumerable, unpredictable changes await in this teeming jungle of buildings. The ever-shifting structures, the constantly changing paths, ambushes from foolish yet vicious syndicates, or even offices of the backstreets. Oh, we are beset by danger from all sides. Such bold, flippant approach to predicting the phenomenon of this place is to court death. Even a toddler must know that. One fails to disguise his utter sorrow at the inadequacy of her wisdom. Is it just me, or are we all thinking back to Ishmael back at the Great Lake? Zip it, Dante. But if the guidebook lists a path, does it not imply that it's technically possible to reach there in time? Otis suddenly took a step forward. In her hand was the H-Corp travel pamphlet that Ishmael was talking about. I have faith that if our executive manager would lead us in your directionally challenged stead, they would be able to lead us to our destination before night falls. Me? This does not appear to have been discussed beforehand. Very well. Allow me to speak freely, without frills. My responsibility is to bring the honored guest to the central zone, and to ensure the young master's safety. It is, indeed, technically possible to reach the family mansion before the night in the backstreets commences. Technically. Yet, not even one iota of danger to the young master shall be permitted. The mission has been so graciously bestowed upon this humble servant is to not guide the young master with haste, but to guide him with utmost safety. Oh. It is said that those engaging in strategies and plans must remain wary of losing sight of their purpose, to stubbornly forge on towards the family mansion in lieu of necessary intel to see these mobs of assailants would end is to wrongly prioritize the journey over the destination. You. Wonderful. Truly impressive. You have all the qualities of someone I would trust with my life when devising a stratagem. This is the most fitting attitude for those who genuinely wish the best for those they serve. Really? You're just gonna start going along with him all of a sudden? I have misunderstood your intentions, truly. They sparked my ire by comparing some of your choice words with my very own. Yet now my eyes have been opened to the honest loyalty that lies within your heart. This humble servant did not imagine, even in his wildest dreams, that there would be someone who understands the fathoms of his loyalty. It seems that young master has certainly gained an eye for allies and fellowships. This is a cause for much relief in my heart. Listen to him. This one knows how to jest. They're basically best buds now, huh? I may have lost my cool for a moment there. Anyway, this man speaks true. It is highly likely that we would be exposed to attacks of similar nature were we to continue moving at this time. Minus 10 desk HP? Hey, that wasn't me. I did not hit my desk. Hey, how's it going, Katori? She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? That's when I realized that she was looking in my direction. The exaggerated smile had all but completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd but dead serious expression. When her gazes locked, she nodded. She must be completely turned around by that guy. Is this her way of saying, so long, I'm gonna quit and go work with this guy now? Thanks for everything? No, it's saying, I know he's a shithead and I'm trying to play it up. And as for this hotel, it is still much better than sleeping in outdoor tent barracks. We should be able to relieve ourselves of some fatigue here before moving on. This one is full of bio-waste. Go piss, girl. Did you not earlier insist on continuing our search for a better accommodation with the greatest vehemence, Miss Otis? Yeah, whatever. We get your point. Let's go inside. Whew. My humblest self can only behold your generous acceptance of this insufficient lodging with the deepest gratitude. After all that serious talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear our decision, as he brought his fist and palm together. Architecture of today mustn't be judged with such haste merely by an observation of their exterior. The interior may hold aught to be surprised of, were it not. With Rhodians surrendered, wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building. Oh, this actually ain't so bad. It's clean in here. This place presents a rather classical aesthetic. The landscape paintings lining the walls give off a rather sophisticated mood. And it's much more spacious inside than it looks from the outside. Did they use some kind of space expansion technology in here too? No. It seems that the building only appeared small due to the density of structures in proximity. Well, the door is now open. Should my presence be required, I shall be in the small shed next to this building. Please, do converse freely. The man smiled awkwardly and quietly excused himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Hong Lu stood a fair distance from the guide, quietly watching his face as he left. His expression was enigmatic, as if he were gazing upon the clouds, the flowers, or even the wind. Yet, there was no light in those eyes. It was as if they beheld a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers, and a howling, destructive gale. Do you suspect something, Hong Lu? So I decided to ask. Not yet, I don't think. Huh? Not yet? So, big brother, something felt off to you too, huh? That's when we caught a familiar voice. Wow, Chikun, it's you, and so soon, too. Yeah, I told you I had a feeling we'd be seeing each other again very soon. Have you been well, young master? I'm so glad to see that you're doing well, Master Wei. Oh, wait, don't tell me you're staying here too, Chikun. I normally wouldn't ever set foot in a place like this, but I ran into some kind of large-scale construction on my way back to the family mansion. Had to come in through the back streets. So we weren't the only ones troubled by that random construction site. Whoa! Hail to thee! Gah! The confident look on Chikun's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm. Did she lose her memories again? Is she with you? No, Don Quixote's the same as always. But she looks like such an airhead. Young Chikun, well, wouldst thou accompany me to the lounge but a moment, that we may share a moment of catching up? Oh, yeah, actually. Let's do that. Hold on. Chikun seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Don Quixote after hearing that her memories were intact, before walking right up to her. I like that idea. Shall we? Wei, why don't you go and find a room for me to stay in while I talk some things out with her? Oh my. What? You wanted to do some catching up, right? 'Tis Manager Esquire. Don Quixote needs an adult. Loss of critical personnel may be cause for disciplinary action, Dante. I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends, though. Looks like Chikun really likes Don Quixote if she's comfortable enough to tease her like that. It's not Don Quixote she likes. She obviously just wants Don Quixote's power she saw back then. Stranger danger, stranger danger. Manager Esquire. My lady, this is hardly the appropriate place for... Fine, I'll try again later. Go get some sleep. I'm heading in too. Chikun sighed a bit with disappointment before heading into the lobby. Well, let's all head inside now. So I and the rest of the sinners followed her into the lodging.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼. 아름다움을 잃지 않게. 그리고 제2 권속으로서의
Greg being
품위도
bottom damage is
잃지
fine.
않게 하자.
He's there to help generate stuff. Suspicion. Everyone was busy looking around and commenting on various things in our lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Sinclair? Something in here stands out. Like, imagine an ideal picture. Did you call? Ideal. Aw, I missed that joke, Yi-song. That's not what I was... I'm not... anyway, am I the only one who feels like something stands out like a sore thumb from the whole picture? Oh, yeah, glad you brought it up. I didn't say anything because I thought it was just me. Rhodia, so, what's so off about this place? Isn't it obvious? Where'd all the complimentary snacks go? What's that weird mystery table at the center of the room? Huh? That is kind of weird, though. What's that table doing there? Its saturated colors are quite the pleasant sight to behold. So, is it any better in Oh, what the hell is that hideous table? The kerfuffle sparked by the particularly unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. Of course, no one was able to discern the real purpose of that table yet. Every step on the floor leaves black residue on the shoes. Not only the floor, touching the walls leaves an unidentified black substance on one's fingers. Not to mention how the walls ripple in an odd fashion. What could possibly be the construction of this structure? Well, my guess is that the maintenance staff's been slacking. Maybe, but why is everything so neatly organized if that's the case? I've been to enough seedy establishments to tell when a place has gone a while without a tidy-up. At least it appears that each room is furnished with a bed. While this is far from optimal, Executive Manager, we may be able to rest here. Huh. I guess they really didn't have time to clean up. Jia Shikun, the last person to walk in after having taken her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression. Wait, Cece, you're not allowed on the record player. I'm sorry. Sorry, my cat is distracting me. I'm being cat nerfed from reading. It's a good thing you're adorable. I'm not even sure what to say about this ridiculous negligence. Then found her room after leaving a scathing remark. It ain't the first time we're sauntering right into some shady business, in it? Let's just cross that bridge when we come to it, yeah? I guess anyone could tell that something was definitely wrong about that guy. Some sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped to the floor, vociferously expressing their desire to rest with a collective sigh of exhaustion. Well, it is pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads. In that case, Dante, perhaps this may be a good time to announce today's close of business. Huh, I've never made this announcement outside of the bus before. Oh, right. I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. Understood. Thank you kindly. Starting now, you will all be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. The duration is subject to change. Have a good night. As soon as she finished, the sinners each began to relax in their own ways, some stumbling into their rooms, while others lingered to speculate over the bizarre table at the center of the room. Save for Otis, that is. Got something to say, Otis? Yes, Executive Manager. It's about our guide, King Tao. Oh, your new best friend from earlier. Seemed like you guys were getting along pretty well. What? That is simply untrue. Do you not see the signal I gave you earlier? What signal? Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction? Indeed! That individual has an informational advantage over us when it comes to this locale. Regardless of how sound the accusations we came up with were, he would have been able to explain them away using his familiarity with the region. I thought as the party with an informational disadvantage, it'd be wise to feign camaraderie and friendship with the individual and go along with their plans while trying to dig out as much intel as possible. I seriously thought that suspicious guy totally won you over. Executive Manager, I've been in this business for many years now. How could you even imagine that I would be fooled by an amateur spy who's so overtly It's nothing. Otis's disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself as though she remembered that there were more important matters at hand. While it is uncertain how long that individual may be accompanying us, it would be reasonable to speculate that he approached the LCCB with the explicit purpose of eliminating Hung Lu, Jia Baoyu. I present the fact that it was Pilot, the inexperienced greenhorn, who somehow conveniently came across this connection as another evidence supporting this suspicion. That's also true. Faust also has information to share. Faust joined the conversation after listening to us discuss for some time. A review of every known taboo has failed to identify one he called residential non-aggression taboo that universally prohibits acts of violence within residential areas. Then that also has to be... It is too early to come to conclusions regarding that matter. It appears that this area, Hongyuan, has taboos that change depending on your location within its territory. However, considering every other circumstantial evidence, we can come to a conclusion that he was most likely lying to us. Your assessment cannot be denied. In that case, we must already be deep within the enemy's machinations. The constant stream of random assailants we faced earlier was also most likely a part of their plan. It may very well be that the building itself is also a trap, yet we lack the intelligence about this particular backstreets to be certain. However, we do have one minor advantage. It seems that they have severely underestimated our capabilities, given the low caliber of assailants they decided to send after us. One thing we can capitalize on is the mutual lack of intel. Keep our guard up, remain alert, and we should be able to navigate our way out of this trap, Executive Manager. Okay, I get it now. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. Honestly, I didn't know who or what to trust. Then I would appreciate it if you could trust me fully next time. Otis bowed politely and returned to her room. Faust and I chatted a little more about King Tao and his plans, but our discussions ended without bearing much fruit. Witnessing. I realized that Honglu was missing, and I was spending time chatting with the sinners. I didn't notice him going into his room, so I walked towards the exit, about to look for Honglu outside, and ran into Jia Shikun and Wei, who decided to stay in the room close to the door. It's getting late. Where are you going alone without a guard? Oh, just looking for Honglu. Right, I can't understand what you're saying. Oh, right. When it comes to conversing without the sinners, I find that there are two types of people. The first type usually say whatever is on their mind without pausing for or caring to hear my reply. Given that this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things little on my end. However, it's also oddly insulting, as it seems as though they don't recognize me as a human, but rather a wall, or a clock on a wall. And the other type is the one that reads me so well that they might as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Virgilius falls into the latter category. He recognizes the pitch of my tics and talks, reads my body language, or sometimes even claims to see my expressions like how Don Quixote does. And Jia Shikun, who saw through me with that short exchange. Okay, let's see. Just looking to get some early morning air, or... does your prosthetic head even have a respiratory function? Wouldn't have guessed from the way it looks. Did not belong in either category. No, not really. I'm just looking for Hong Lu, because I haven't seen him in a while. You're shaking your head, so no. Then, are you looking for something to eat? She's a new one, the type that tries to figure out what I'm saying without asking for help. My lady, would it not be wise to wake or find someone who may be able to translate? They would have done that themselves if it were something important. I'm kind of curious though. What was that hand gesture you made when I first asked? You brought your index fingers up to your cheeks. Well, Hong Lu's always smiling. Visual novel? A little bit. Usually it's voice acted, but in these little in-between major chapters, I get to have the joy of reading it all myself. That said, I've luckily got a water bottle. What is this Chinese princess? This is, well, you've got a good read on it. She is the sibling of Hong Lu, one of the sinners. And Hong Lu is based off The Dream of the Red Chamber, I believe is what the book is called, which is a Chinese novel. So I thought maybe I could simulate his smile to convey that I'm looking for him. Perhaps It was an effort to express cuteness or beauty. What? No, I was just trying to express a smiling face. Oh no, this isn't going to be easy, is it? They're tick-tocking a lot more vigorously. Hey, I think you're onto something. This conversation was starting to veer into a completely unintended territory. After a bit of trial and error... I see, you're looking for my big brother, huh? We took some very roundabout ways, but I was eventually able to get her to understand what I was trying to say. Well, if he's who you're looking for, that's easy. You should be able to find him by the lounge back there. I doubt he got very far from there, if he even left. So that's what you were trying so hard to communicate? Jie-kun was, strangely enough, disappointed and dispirited by my reply. I did have something to tell you, too, but never mind. I feel like the mood's been ruined. Let's talk about this at another time. I was curious, but it would also take ages for me to ask how she's feeling, so I nodded to express my gratitude before heading back to the entrance. And found Hong Lu, gazing at the hazy scene out the opaque window. What are you doing here? People watching? There were some people stumbling through the streets outside. As I stared outside the window at the scene, Hong Lu seemed to sense what I was thinking and began. Are you worried for me, Dante? Well, yeah, it's your turn, Hong Lu. It really is. I'm back at H Corp, and everyone's talking about the family hierarch selection. But you don't have to worry about me at all, because I did not wish for anything from Limbus Company. Really? I'm not like Yi Song. I'm not hiding my true feelings. No one gave me a wonderful promise like they would help me recover my torn and broken wings. I joined only to have some new experience. That's all. But we do know that something's definitely going to happen, whatever it might be. Something that will shake you to your very core. Even if you didn't wish for anything, going through something like that could... Probably, yes, but it's okay. I'm used to being led by the will of others anyway. No matter what happens here, I can't do this like everyone else. Because that's how it's always been. Whatever happens to me or to those around me, I only... A loud, boisterous bellow suddenly cut Hong Lu off before he could even finish his sentence. Oi, let go of me! Just listen to that talking and tell me I'm not supposed to get mad at that. Dang it, lower your voice. Clock face. Yeah, we're a bit of a clockhead. What are you guys doing back there? Gregor and Heathcliff, who were most likely hiding behind the entrance door, tumbled into view. I knew I shouldn't have come here with this guy. Couldn't you be patient for even a few minutes before bursting out of here? How long have you two been listening? From the very start, of course. I thought he was finally making some sense at first, but what's that? That you're used to following others' will? I didn't mean to irk you, Heathcliff. I'm only telling the truth. Bloody hell. I'm about to burst a vessel. Oi, buggy bloke. Am I supposed to practice patience after listening to that drivel? I think I'm practicing plenty of patience, despite you calling me buggy bloke out of nowhere. So yeah, you are. That's not what I... Finally, some silence. Anyways, sorry for listening in, fellas. I'll let you in on some big secret if you let this one slide, though. What's the secret? Gregor rubbed his arm awkwardly as I stared at him in silence, and pointed at a pillar in an exaggerated motion. Guess who's hiding behind that pillar, Manager Bud? With that, two familiar figures stumbled out into view from behind the pillar. How could you possibly betray us like that, Gregor? B-W-A-H-A. Bad, weak, and highly annoying. Good night, snooze fests, she says. Huh? Did I get that wrong? I never said G in S. When did you get a F-U? Ryoshu looked at Sinclair with some interest before slicing open the ceiling above the entrance. And with an uncharacteristically wet noise for something cut through a wall, a black ink-like substance dripped onto the floor followed by Rhodia and Otis crashing down after it. GTFO. Ah, fuck. My bad, guys. I gotta go change the stream to GTFO. It's a fun game. It's a horror first-person shooter, multiplayer. Very hard. Ah, didn't realize I had garnered such an audience for my story. Executive Manager, the sole reason I followed you out here was for the purpose of protection, as I was concerned for your safety. I am not like the others who have followed you merely to sate their curiosities. Me? I was just bored. Then shall we continue the conversation, Dante? Everyone, back to your rooms now. The Hay Show back. Oh boy. Fixed member need. Oh lord.
책임은
의뢰를 원하신다.
I don't have enough high-level characters for
명을
this.
받듭니다.
Ah, level 17 Otis. This might get a little spicy, fellas. I can get her up to level 20. Level 21. There we go. Oh, this is not gonna go well for me. Chat, I think I'm about to get fucked up.
이제야 부르나. 조명.
Oh, Lord.
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
The price of my hubris and not leveling my centers. This will be funny. Oh, Lord. After that little kerfuffle, just as everyone was scattering to their rooms, Otis suddenly began to vehemently oppose leaving me all on my own. Are you absolutely certain, Executive Manager? Seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took night watch on the bus anyway. That is true. However, we are currently in an uncharted territory for our team. We do not have much experience sleeping at a place where our safety isn't an absolute guarantee. Time to get cooked? Yeah, maybe. Hey, we're literally right next door to them. It'll take less than 5 seconds for us to come over when something happens. Do you not know that every second matters in emergencies? Now, Babushka-de-chan. Babushka-de-chan. Let's get you out of here. An oddly familiar sequence of events and words played out. They eventually left my room, gently closing the door behind them. Finally, some peace and quiet. I sit on the corner of the bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I don't need to sleep, like the sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I need some time to relax and empty my thoughts every once in a while. While I've gotten somewhat used to the pain, it still hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's time. And the longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe the sinner's injuries became. They did get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies, which means that my clock is always turning and turning without a moment to rest. So I think of the star. Before the great gates which I face with every revival, I witness its intricate engravings and feel its silent vibrations. Even after a whole year, I am still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent, but by emptying my thoughts and just taking in the sights, I find myself calming down. Also, the wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Wait, that's weird. Wind? What's this sudden chill? Something opened the window, but there's no way this gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that, and if it did, it would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from in front of me. I slowly turn around to look at where the window was supposed to be, only to see a melted wall and an intruder slinking through this newfound opening. Who are you? As though driven by some unknown survival instinct, I rolled off the bed. There was already a blade right at where my neck and head met. It's steel, a shearing cold. Just a little nudge, and I'd be dead even before I could make it tick. I remembered how worried Otis was to leave me alone. I thought she was just being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle, my final moments filled with regret about not listening to Otis's advice. What a pathetically thin blade. Too delicate to have the clock C-I-H, don't you think? Ryoshu leapt down from the ceiling and deflected the assailant's dagger away from me. Ryoshu. Thank you, Ryoshu. Snuck in thinking I was about to see something interesting, but you're just some beast with steel. I looked up to see the ceiling torn open, dripping with viscous paint-like fluid, just as I saw earlier during my conversation with Hong. Executive Manager, are you unharmed? And Otis peeking out from the gap. I, Otis, was the one who instructed Ryoshu that the ceiling had room to hide in. Remember that. Shut up and help me. Huh, I thought this one was just some beast with steel. I could have cut this beast in half, sword and all, had I not been on the bus. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company, equally defanged and depowered, if you will. I suddenly recalled Hohenheim's commentary back at the LCE. I had a vague notion of what he meant, but now I was really feeling it. NFW. What is happening? Just as Ryoshu was struggling to stop that one blade, the intruder pulled out another dagger with their other arm and slashed at Ryoshu's neck. A beast of the Heisho pack. The intruder would have cut her throat had Wei not burst through my door. Who wields you now? I don't suppose dialogue is an option. Light enters, not the vast garden. Yet falls a star into its fathoms still. Ah, no! The intruder reached into his clothes, muttering an odd invocation. Little shit! A talisman! Good! Wait, get it together! My lady! Just as the intruder's muttering began to grow intense, Jiyushi-kun leaped into my room and struck the stranger with her fan. Were you going to let that bastard finish that stupid spell? They almost activated the Q-Corp talisman. Apologies, my lady. It seems that I still remain somewhat bound by that spell. Listen, you're no longer a Heisho. You serve me now. Got that? You don't have to let those things control you anymore. Yes, my lady. My apologies. I fell limply to the bed with a sudden alleviation of stress and pressure. Hey, are you... I can't understand them anyway. I managed to stop the assassin before he landed a hand on them, fortunately. Got it. I don't think there was anyone else in here. Let's switch the lights on. Click. When the lights came on, we saw this one. This one's from a Mao branch, isn't it? There was a black bamboo hat-wearing assassin on the ground. The walls? The walls, that appeared solid before we all went to sleep, were now melting away as if they were a viscous fluid. There is something wrong with this building. I knew that they must have done something to the building, but how is a Heisho here? This whole operation's got to be spearheaded by someone with real power. This isn't just an ambush from an overexcited family hierarch contestant. What I don't understand is, why the Mao branch? There are better Heisho branches to use if all they wanted was to cut off the clock's head. They must have had a different purpose, huh? Correct. This one is from the Mao branch of the Heisho packs, which means more of them must have infiltrated this building. Though not at the scale of the Z branch, the Mao branch always moves in groups. Therefore, their goal must be to kill every guest staying in this caison, including you, my lady. Then... we've got to get moving. We can't let them surround us if we want even a chance of surviving this. Dante! Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again. Thou art... Thank me later. If we don't move our asses, we're good as dead. Wait. Yes. We don't have the time to contact the main forces of our faction at the family mansion. You know what to do when we're at a numerical disadvantage, right? It will be done, my lady. Jiyushi-kun and Wei immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, as though they'd been waiting in here for my protection. Don Quixote and Gregor stood red-faced and on edge. Rousseau was covered in battle wounds, and Otis wore an inscrutable expression. I stand before you in shame. to have to borrow the hands of another to protect the executive manager. No, I should have listened to what you said. Extrapolating from the pattern by which the walls have disintegrated, it is likely that they utilized the identical means of infiltration for each center. Oh, right. Were you attacked by bamboo-headed assailants too? Their ranks numbered many, Manager Esquire, yet for how many of them there were, they were unsettlingly silent. Verily, we were almost... not almost. As on the way here, some of us did get killed, impaled straight through the guts. So, what he said about fighting indoors was a taboo... Yes, a lie. How utterly cowardly and unjust of these vile cur to strike from the shadows. Alas, now it is not the moment to ruminate upon their villainy. Correct. Besides, there's more of them waiting to sink their blades into us. You got this, Otis. I believe in you. We'll be fine, right, chat? We brought our own, you know, to square up. Heisho Pack Mao Feather Striker. Ooh, Umbra Striker. What is there a visual difference between the two? Feather, Umbra. Not that I can tell. Offense level, defense level. Repressed Bloodthirst. Ayo. Spooky. Wait, CC. You're not allowed up on the rocket player. Thank you. It's time to get cooked, chat. Oh, they have unbreakable coins. It is truly a post-Canto 7 world. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're cooked. I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Let's see here. We've got Dawn Red online. $79 health. I'm so terribly sorry, Otis. I did not farm sufficient XP tickets.
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
Okay. Pathos Mathos works.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
We love a 20 base clashing power.
산소를 경을 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이다. 여행은
You
목적이
say that, but
있었지.
I'm also struggling to keep my teams at level 50. It takes a bit to level, I'll be honest, you know? Okay, Greg is staggered. This is fine. Source, do you trust me? Oh, we're so boned. Nothing but bone. Uh-oh.
죽어도
Well,
묘는
Otis is dead.
결코 끝나지 않았다.
Some casualties, I suppose, were to be expected, you know? Do you still have 10 hard blood that we can make use of?
아딱. 승부처. 좋은 격이다.
엎드리자. 가치 없군. 죽어.
We lived. Just tell Otis to get the water. Yeah, we'll just send Otis over to the water cooler, you know, let her take a break.
피를 마시는
She
순간에는
did deal damage,
생각나지
though.
않을 거다.
Let's go.
그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수
Greg's
있는
damage is
유일한
mostly
꿈이니까.
self-inflicted, because he bleeds himself for like 25 per skill. He's above half health. He's a blood feast generator. He was there to make sure Dawn got online as fast as possible. Hey, our Otis leveled up though. Let's go. Maybe. I'm stupid. Shi Yihua. Same centers, huh? Let's grab a bunny.
라만 차렌드를
We're
뒤엎는다.
fine, right, chat? We're not totally cooked. Surely. Okay, it's just another combat round. You got this, Otis?
아딱.
I believe.
숨통 끊기. 꿰뚫려라.
I'm Rousseau, he isn't even up to level. He's like level 45. Recommended level 50. That's what I get for blitzing through all the story content, you know?
흑승력. 뜀박질 중.
Rousseau's at negative 45 sanity? What the hell? Is it because... Ooh. I see. What the hell killed Don Quixote? Well... Shit, I guess I'll win, right?
흑승력. 뜀박질 중.
내 고통.
내가 죽어도
Here's Otis. Greg's at 2. Greg explodes!
공주님에서.
Okay, I think I might be a little cooked, chat. Let's, Something made me explode there. Clearly I was not paying enough attention.
도리어 사냥당한다니. 역설적인 걸 싫어하는 건 아니지만 그다지 육
So Corrosion looks at Gregor implodes. Yeah, no kidding. And it's also the Gregor that like resists death. I don't have his resist death yet because I'm out of fucking thread. Because I uptied my Princess of La Mancha land to uptie 4.
라만 차렌드를 뒤엎는다.
It's fine. It's fine. Doesn't bother me.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Need to get Lust for dual live stream.
숨통 끊기.
Go run your bloody thread excavation. I already did my thread excavation daily bonuses. And I even did the skip battle version for 50% extra for at a great cost of energy.
헤어내리.
승부처.
But yeah, don't worry. Tomorrow, we'll have a new banner. We're gonna have the Sinclair banner, which means the Ryoshu banner is going away. So my 100 polls on the Ryoshu banner will be converted into thread. Doesn't help me right now, though. That's for sure.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌 거다.
헤어내리. 내가 죽어도 가치 없고 죽어도
결투는 끝나지 않아.
Let's go, Merceau. Underleveled and does not care. He'll stagger both of them out of unbreakable
아류한
coins.
초평의 육수 찢겨라.
Big brain. Yep.
꿰뚫려라.
흑수며 빈박질 춤. 가치 없고 죽어도
결투는 끝나지 않았다.
따뜻한 엎드리도록. 너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
죄인인가?
좋은 결투.
Thank you, Merceau. I think we're safe for now. Something tells me that they're not fighting us at full force. At least we routed them, so hopefully that means something. Ah, where'd Don Quixote go? Hark, for I am here! Don Quixote rushed into my room from the hallway outside. I had gone to espy if the other sinners had suffered as we have. Verily, they were indeed targeted as well. Most defended themselves well against the curs, and shall be here post-haste, yet not everyone survived, huh? Young Sinclair and Yi Song, while it appeareth that they had risen and battled, they were caught unawares by our foes. 'Tis likely that their demise came soon after tripping over each other's foot. How embarrassing. And young Heathcliff, isn't that fellow our resident mob fight expert? How'd they even get him? That didn't get me, mate. Good as new. Heathcliff. What's got you so gobsmacked, lass? I recall a blade piercing young Heathcliff in the back of his head. Didst thou turn the clock for him already, Manager Esquire? No? Not yet, anyway. Blimey, so that's what this funny itch on the back of my head... Heathcliff reached up to rub the back of his head, then crumpled to the floor mid-sentence. Absolute fucking king. My hero, dude. Didn't even know. Heathcliff's not breathing anymore. He's dead. How do you even manage to walk all the way over here with a hole in his head? Young Heathcliff! The other sinners are starting together, Manager. As pathetic as this force may be, we cannot spare any hands at the moment, Executive Manager. We must also join the others as soon as possible and assist them. There are sounds of altercations coming from the lobby. Gotcha. The clock turns, as it always does. Sometime later. Whoa, whoa. Please, hold a moment. You? I can still see some people inside the lobby, which was also in the bizarre process of melting away. My man just ran on sheer adrenaline alone. Hell yeah. Among them, I noticed Jia clashing against a figure wearing a bamboo hat. Going on the offensive already, huh? How come a big shot in control of a Heisho pack decided to come after small fries like us? Behind the black bamboo hat wearing glasses assassin. Black bamboo hat wearing assassin stood. I see that you have tracked me down, so certain of your own safety, but my master has already prepared countermeasures. There stood King Tao, our supposed collaborator who led us here, and Wei, who was threatening him with a sword. So you were behind this. Ah, it's you. I sussed out that you'd be planning something like this, but you lacked the patience to pull it off. You're quite observant. I thought I had completely won you over. You must know that at H-Corp there is but one path to survival and riches. Choose a family hierarch candidate and serve them with utter loyalty. But who in the right mind would serve young Master Bao Yu? He who has grown up with no hardship, he who doesn't possess even a single speck of ambition. You shut your bloody mouth, yeah? And you, rich boy, oi, are you just gonna sit there and let that bloke talk shite to your face? But he's right that I don't have any ambitions. Have you got no self-respect? What do you have, anyway? Okay, everyone, shut up for a second. He's obviously taunting you. Stop indulging him. Wei, speak. I know that you have no means to wield a Heisho pack. So speak, which master did you choose to serve? Who controls them? Ah, so they are curious. Stay your sword, Zilu. Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows. Young master, are you certain this is wise? Worry not. They're destined to be swept away by the morning dew anyway. The trajectory of their fate shall not alter course, were they to witness me. The voice soon reveals himself from the shadows, walking into the light with a casual, assured gait. Huh? Seriously? You? I see. You're... Allow me to grace you ignoramuses with my exalted name. I am Yua of the Shi family. You may know me as a very prominent candidate to the throne of the family hierarch. Naturally.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는
So we're
생각나지
killing him,
않을
yeah?
거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게
Middle?
우리가 이룰 수 있는
I've already
유일한
met some of these
꿈이다.
guys. Hey, Werner, I saw you in the mirror dungeon. Alright, we have full centers again.
책임은 모두
드디어
내가 움직여야 하나?
원하신다면
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주자. 말뚝을 쑤셔.
원하신다면
잘 됐네.
Prominent? But of course, I claimed control over a branch of the Heisho packs. While you were wasting your time out there searching for the River of Immortality or whatever. I don't even know where I'd even start to refute your brain-dead accusation. This is way beneath me. I don't even want to address you as my senior either. So, who is it? Big Brother Juan? Nah, I can't imagine he'd ever be interested in someone like you. What are you talking about? I'm asking whose teat you've been sucking on to gain control of the Mao branch. Because we both know for sure that there's no way in hell you have the means to control them, right? You little twerp! Are you sure you want to insult my height from where you're standing? Pff, damn! Master Yua. It doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important. Agreed. I can tell just by the look of that trader with the physiognomy of a deceiver. This is a waste of time. Hey, Zilu, cut them all down. The mission was to assassinate them, to meet them in an open battle, to take the lives of higher candidates was not what was agreed upon. What the fu- Blah, blah, blah. Just shut up and do as you're told. I may fight to protect your life, yet I cannot do more. Eisho heeds no voice but the one who holds their leash. Looks like that Yihua doesn't even have control of these guys. Why is there a very peculiar Ricardo-shaped hole in the ceiling? Why do I hear EDM music getting louder by the second? Don't worry about it. There's an apt saying, often invoked in the East. A fox may pretend to the throne, but only with the blessing of the tiger. Shut up over there! Damn it! This Heisho pack is useless! Can't even get a simple job done. Master Yihua, the Heisho pack was here merely as a backup plan. Our true strategy involves... True. This is fine. I have other plans to sweep you all away. This is the second time this individual has made an odd emphasis on a variation of the word sweep. What, are you saying that you bribed the sweepers or something? While their reactions may appear suspicious, that suggestion is almost an absolute impossibility. The head is at the top of the sweeper's chain of command. In other words, only the head possesses the authority to command them. Right. Yeah. Of course. Moreover, they are prohibited from touching, let alone entering, any designated residential areas during the night in the back streets. This is a permanent, immutable taboo of the head, one of the very first to be introduced. The effort of going through a myriad of paperwork to ensure that Mephistopheles is recognized as a residential vehicle was ultimately to capitalize on this taboo. Yes, it is exactly as you say. What a stupid question to ask, making me anxious out of nowhere. That's sour the mood. Come, let us leave. I'd only intended to have them see my face after all. Too bad I won't even remember them in a few days once they all get swept away. Master Yihua, we best leave before any more unnecessary words are said. Faust is right. These guys are acting way too suspicious to not have some scheme brewing back there. So overtly suspicious that I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to use reverse psychology on us into walking right into their trap. Well, when surrounded by nothing but uncertainties, there's a solution that usually works. Faust? Faust had intended to make this suggestion first, but it appears that you share the idea. Yep, so, Otis. Yes, Executive Manager. We have 12 sinners, Jiuji-kun, and Wei on our side. And I don't think the so-called Mao branch are willing to fight. Which means that we only have 3 enemies. Yihua, our guide, and Zilu, the assassin. We have the numerical advantage, don't we? You always make the most accurate read of the battlefield. What's going on over there? What's that tick-tocking noise? Our former guide seemed to have figured out what our conversation was about, because he took a few slow, careful steps away from Yihua before bolting off into the distance. I've been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner. Oh! What? What is it, Honglu? Did you remember something? I did. I had a hard time recalling this because he isn't from my family. But I remember now. You're big brother Yihua of the Shi family, right? Didn't that guy just announce that himself earlier? Anyways, Honglu, I'm gonna get that guy and beat the motives out of him. Is that gonna be okay with you? He's not from my family, but I'm sure big brother Yihua will be happy to answer your questions. Great. Another thing. As your commander, I should probably say something cool to start off the battle, right? Wow, that's going to be so cool, like something straight out of a story. Otis said something like this once, that even if one side has the absolute advantage in battle, the commander's words may be the deciding factor in who wins and loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from the book Honglu once lent me. It was a general who said it, I believe. Destroy them all. Let's fucking go. We're killing him dead. Oh, hello. Wave 1 of 3. Hello, Zilu. 2,209 health. Crushed Bloodthirst. Minus 25 offensive defense level. This unit's panic type does not change when inflicted with an effect that changes panic types. On hit against enemies with death rate haste, inflict +2 rupture count on the target, so avoid getting doubled by death rate. When attacking targets with slower speed than this unit, inflict +1 more rupture or rupture count and deal 10% more damage. On skill use, if this unit's speed is faster than targets by 2 or more, gain coin power. Turn in if in panic, reset SP to 0. Okay. So it would be wise to try and get a snag harpoon. Rupture, Clash Power, on use gain Strider Mao. Do we want a Superbia here? Ooh, there's a scary skill. Yeah, we're not clashing that. Who's targeted? Heathcliff? Heathcliff, you got something big, right? Go get him. Let's see here. Dawn. Ishmael. Sinclair. Why not? Let's make it a great big lush chain.
불길 속으로
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
여기 피었잖아.
Heathcliff for being an absolute beast.
꿰뚫려라.
40. 먹지.
Clashing is about to become a lot more difficult, and Greg is going to have aggro. Luckily, it's still a pretty even distribution. There's a clashable counter. On use, if the target has death rate haste, inflict 1 more rupture count with this skill. Gotcha. We could have Heathcliff offset it. I don't think that's going to work, though. You can't really... I mean, it's a clashable counter. I think I'd rather... I guess I can't really send him into anything else, can I? Yeah, we're not just letting all these attacks fly at us. Unless... What's our stagger point? About 50 damage? They have 10 speed, though, so, in other words, they're hitting first. Let's see here, Sinclair. You got fuck all to work with. Okay. Greg. Dawn can just send me things.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Staggered. Okay.
너희의 목이 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
We're gonna go with the red, because I do not want to give up my enhanced skill just yet. Next stagger bar is at 1100.
고귀하게 흐르는
엎드리도록.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
Ishmael evade. Heathcliff moves into body sack. Bridges neutral, spooky. Greg. Suddenly one day, we have a chance. Don's being targeted with the clashable counter. Struggling, spicy.
갑니다.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
Blunt is ineffective.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
대만찬에 집중해.
Damn, Don staggered. Luckily, the counter's going after Dawn, so we're fine there. We're losing control of our opponent's sanity, though, which is a problem. Spooky.
갑니다.
Let's go, Greg. We didn't get the heads, but 28 sanity. Damn. Unlucky. Holy fuck. 13 clashes? That was so fast.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
Oh wow, Don's actually able to clash 9 speed. Holy shit.
죄인인가?
Yeah, I might have to reset. I just completely lost on the sanity side. Okay, yeah, so Sinclair cannot just go facing his target by the counter. Fair enough. Alright, yeah. We're going to reset. We absolutely lost control of Zelu there. My goodness. What a fight.
젠장. 어째서?
Could drop Greg in favor of Faust, but then again, he has +1 attack weight, she has -1. Or not attack weight, but attack power. She has -1. Let's stick with the comp that we have.
정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
Also, something tells me this place does not count as a residential area. That's why it's melting.
고귀하게.
사십. 먹칠. 꿰뚫려라.
Nice.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Deception. 10% more damage to the target. If faster. Yikes. Luckily, we seem to have them on the ropes.
가족을 위해
해야 할 고통.
Thank you, Sinclair. Very cool. That's more like it.
오물을 떼어내주지.
Stagger.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는 게 좋겠지.
Cycle out our weaker skills so that we have better skills for
불길
clashes.
속으로.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
고귀하게.
I don't think they're gonna panic out for me, unfortunately.
입혔잖아.
Don't think we'll get another open round.
아류 산초 경일 육시 찢겨라.
We still have a round with them having terrible rolls, though. Give me a win rate. You're stupid.
포기하게.
Hell yes. If we get a stagger here, that'd be amazing.
엎드리도록.
Hey, Killer Man. What's up with that Ricardo-shaped hole in the ceiling? Why do I hear EDM music getting louder by the second? A strange tune crashes through the sound of this fierce battle. Is this electronic dance music? Something about it sounds familiar. Ha! Finally! Thanks to the merry chase you've led me on, I have slid ever so slightly further into the world of the bristly. Let's see. Title 2, Section 11, Rosi. The punishment for those who dare to flee from the Middle's retribution begins by tearing their legs apart from the groin. I will make sure you suffer for all the time you have wasted. Whoa, what the fuck is that blighter doing here? What the hell's wrong with you? You've been stalking us all along. Since when is chasing after a thief conflated with stalking? I'll have you know that I'm still banished from the world of the luscious, thanks to you who dare to pinch my hair coupons. What? What the hell? Where did they come from? You guys are just pissing people off left and right, aren't you? Zilu, take him out! What an utterly insular fool. What did you say? Do you not know that man? What's the Middle doing here? Ricardo, big brother of the Middle. The man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing. The man who almost forced me to self-destruct. Faust, don't tell me I have to get ready for that again. No, not yet. According to the evaluation data at the LCE, the Center's power has grown since their time at the Great Lake. Our chance of victory against this individual has risen to a meaningful degree to forfeit the battle. But by how much? Enough to put our faith in the uncertainties. Alrighty then. Enough of the background noise. I don't know what your business is with these thieves, but I've personally traveled all the way from the eastern part of the city because I simply must exact my vengeance against him with my two hands. I could have simply informed my brothers in the east and let them handle this, but that just wouldn't do. I was determined to see this through to the end myself, even if it meant asking a great brother of the east for a favor. So you there, half-pint in this cute mini entourage, get the hell out of my sight. The Middle's Book of Vengeance comes first. Half-pint? Ha! Keep babbling that fat lip of yours, minion of the fingers. You don't scare me at all with your cheap hairdo and garish as hell botched dye job. You're an H-Corp turf now. I am... Wow. Just, wow. Bloody hell, mate. That's messed up. He's far too absorbed in his own foolishness to see he's walking into his own demise. Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't contorted with wrath, even after enduring that barrage of insults. Instead, he looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absorbed in thought. Phew, impressive. You just set a new record. You are the current record holder for how fast can I get written up in Ricardo's Book of Vengeance challenge. Boy, you did it in 15 seconds. Then, with trembling hands, he reached down to grab his Book of Vengeance, opened it, and began to write something down on the paper, slowly and deliberately, as though to make each stroke of pen count. That's going in the book, yep. Unfortunately, your audacity is terminal. I will rip your jaws apart myself as punishment. Boys, make sure that this little band of thieves won't get away while I deal with this pipsqueak. What the hell is this asshole talking about? Hey, Zilu! Who the Actually, I don't care. Stop me if you can. Effective immediately, the punishment for all involved parties and bystanders at the site of your crimes shall be complete and total extermination. I think we can slip away unnoticed in this mess. I don't think we got much of a chance there. Ricardo practically rocketed towards where Zilu and Chiayua were standing in a burst of speed. But his henchmen had already begun to slowly surround us as he ordered. Ready your weapons, everyone. Payback time for what happened to the Great Lake. Let's do this. Besides, I've got a score to settle with that son of a bitch. She's psycho, dude. Holy shit.
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
Oh, and it's still the same fight. Oh god, there's another way. I have to fight Ricardo after this. Oh no. Give me a win rate. That's cool. Can I have Claire pick this up? And then you do this.
고귀하게.
아류탄초 경혈육수 찢겨라.
Yeah, that man managed to make Ricardo's shit list at a new world record. Any percent PB, 15 seconds.
좋아, 다 죽어라.
I have not seen someone so thoroughly screw up and just absolutely earn an ass beating from Ricardo. Not since Heathcliff, anyway.
전부 쳐주게!
그 오물을
꿰뚫려라. 꿰뚫리고. 너희의 무기.
So here, 71 damage, potential 50, potential 50, they should have it together.
간다.
놈 나와!
좋아.
Yeah, I am impressed with how fast that man managed to put himself on the shit list. The difference being Heathcliff was actively unaware of the consequences. Yup. Oh boy! There was an explosive noise from a distance, and moments later, Ricardo landed before us with a boom. I heard that the Hay Show of the East were a tough bunch. That lady was something else. So, why'd a woman like that suddenly split from a fight? Not my problem, I guess. She's getting written down in the book, too. Time to take care of what I really came here for. Get ready for a beatdown, coupon thieves. Oh, Lord. Level 60. 3,763 health. Stagger threshold and 400. Sinclair bottoms out sanity this round. Teddy? Maybe? Unopposed. A little worrisome. Who's that targeting? It's targeting Heathcliff. That's fitting. God, it's all going after Heathcliff. Okay, I was curious if he had a passive about going to beat Heathcliff's ass.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Holy shit, he won. Let's go, Heathcliff.
너희의 무기 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
Max 10, when attacked by the middle, take 3% more damage per stack. Ricardo is entering his buff phase. Isn't it? Or no. He's gonna heal all allies. He's also got... Okay. A lot of stuff. If the main target has 3+ Vendetta mark, all coins are unbreakable. Luckily, we're not quite there yet. Who the hell's the main target? Rhodia. Hopeless. Teddy? What is cast? There we go. Thank goodness. Hopefully she flips the heads. If we get that 5% tails, it's gonna be rough.
가족을 위해.
모든 걸 거둬들일 순 없었어.
Okay, we won the clash against the AoE. Thank goodness.
엎드리도록.
Dawn hit all of them. Hell yeah.
목이 피었잖아. 다음 놈 나와.
Oh my goodness. Damage on Greg.
너희의 무기
Holy shit.
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
Oh, there it is. Oh no, complete and total extermination. Unbreakable coin. Okay. The only option is to stagger him. We need 100 damage. And we need to hit him before we get to that skill. Spooky. Neutral. We have Dawn just fling unopposed, frankly. As well as Heathcliff. We're faster than them, we just fling, frankly.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Thank you, Ricardo, for leaving a skill slot open.
그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나고 피어나라.
Pionada. Dawn's likely to get staggered here by the counter hit. She didn't? There it is. Okay, now she's staggered. God, Ricardo's not staggered. Oof. Ishmael, please.
피날레를 시작하자.
Oh God, did he not stagger? Oh fuck! Well, chat, it did not work.
당신은
남은
막힌
이게 답이 아니었다고?
It did not work.
정말 끝나는 걸까?
Fellas, it's gone horribly, horribly wrong. I have to restart from the beginning now. Oh my god. It wasn't enough. That's horrifying. He just fucking killed us. Like... Well played, Mr. Hair Coupons. Alright, I'm going to go grab a drink real quick
진짜.
and rethink my strategy. Because damn. Mistakes were made? Yeah, no kid. I thought surely we can deal 100 damage to Ricardo before he gets it off. And we got like 50 out of Dawn. Potentially. It was like 100 damage total, maybe not evenly split between the two of them. But yeah, I'm gonna go get a drink. Give me 1 second. Alrighty, I am back. Let's see here. Sorry for the prolonged delay. Would you believe I was ambushed by a pack of assassins? Should have just dumped everything on Ricardo? I tried. Oh, man. We just were not fast enough. Let's see here. Let's get a better Priest Greg than mine.
원하시는
See the potential we can ascend to from Potential Man. So we don't actually have his self-sustain skill now that I think about it. I think we need Uptie 3 for his self-sustain. Oops. It's actually just slow right. Cover that for Heathcliff. And let's give it a run.
엎드리도록.
Damn. I suppose it's better Greg than somebody else. Let's see here. Reggie's as good as she's gonna get.
갑니다. 나가서 싸워. 뒷날 내가 봐주지.
Huge stagger.
먹지.
따뜻한 피. 너희의 목이 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
Don't have to get them all the way down. Just a chunk of them.
불길 속으로
목이 피었잖아.
아류탄초 경을
Fucking please. Oh my god. What abysmal fucking rolls I am thinking. Okay, fair enough.
불길 속으로
Should have used my backstreets blast. I didn't.
꿰뚫려라. 혈투를
Let's see here.
승리로
Let's see
이끌.
about saving powerful skills for Ricardo.
갑니다.
따뜻한
Heathcliff, please, you have 20 sanity. It has been 3 rounds since you flipped the heads.
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
전부 쳐죽여!
아류 산초 경혈 육시 찢겨라.
Clashes, goodness. Alright, Goja is prepped.
너희의 목이 이
Dawn is
혈투를
also
승리로
prepped.
이끌.
Dawn kills that one.
갑니다.
따뜻한 소금이 끓기.
좋아.
너희의 목이 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
Oh, baby. Double reds from Sinclair? Don't mind if I do.
고귀하게
아류 산초 경혈 육시. 너희의 목이 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
Little guy. Maybe I need a body sack? Unopposed. Okay.
고귀하게
엎드리도록.
우리 속구를 건드렸겠다!
40. 먹지.
피날레를 시작하자.
Sinclair, please. You hate to see it.
너희의 목이 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
Alright, that said, he's powered up now. He's getting ready to fuck us up. Let's see here. We have Ishmael throw a snag harpoon into him.
갑니다.
산소륙형을 온 라샹.
We staggered him. Let's go. Fair enough.
내가 찾은
I wasn't sure if I would
나만의
get the
항해
stagger.
방식.
Damn. Okay. Ouch. Oh. That sucked. Claire, fling red.
불길 속으로 그 오물을 떼어내주지.
따뜻.
How low do I actually have to get this bastard? I doubt I can get to kill Ricardo. Surely. Also, rip Ishmael.
동화 읽어줄까?
Werner staggered.
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어.
Fuck. There it is. The complete extermination. Hopeless.
전부 처지게!
산소륙형을 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이다.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다! 목이 피었잖아!
Werner's down. It's just Ricardo. But he got the heads. Naturally. Oh, baby.
남은 가족들을 부탁하지.
Holy shit. What's his next stagger point? 967. We don't have that right now. He's summoning more.
고귀하게.
Thank goodness he's bleeding a bunch.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
I doubt he's staggered though. Might be getting close to it, maybe. Actually, yeah, she staggers him. Holy shit.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
There it is. Holy fuck. Okay, he's staggered. Eh? We convinced him to back off? Holy fuck. We're alive, chat. Second try. Wait! A shout cuts across the battlefield, just as the sudden appearance of Ricardo was making things incredibly more difficult for us. Huh? Didn't that guy split? What is he doing there? Laughing his butt off. You finally lost the plot, eh? Failed plan after failed plan takes a toll, I suppose. Oh, maybe that was too much. But, I mean, How could I not laugh, right? When after all that, everything comes together perfectly according to my plan. You hear this too, don't you? The sound of the city. The sound of the back streets. Do you hear the sound of crashing waves? Waves. The sound of battle came to a stop with Shihiua's sudden shout. We all suddenly began to notice the low, crawling sound of omen that had been swirling under the commotion. Something's melting, regurgitating, or perhaps boiling over. If not, it's seeping, it's siphoning, it's a trace that was at once living and dead, crashing and breaking, devoid of any recognizable stops, the lines between where it begins and ends blurred. Yes, like waves. Current time is 03:21 hours. It's too late. The night in the back streets. We've never been outside the bus at this hour, have we? It was past 4 in the morning when we briefly set foot in the outskirts. So no, we have. This would be our second time. Though it must be noted that the time of day was not a matter of concern then, as we were in the outskirts. They're finally getting all swept away like trash. Oh, how I've waited for this moment. What's he all about? You can't possibly be thinking that the Sweepers will somehow break the taboo to help you. Still missing the point, botched purple dye job? Zilu, let us leave to the promised location. Huh? Did he actually scamper all the way here just to gloat at us and run away? Indeed, Shihua gloated at us with a confident boast as though he was finally ready to face us, only to turn tail again with an unmistakable look of relief. I don't get it. Does he actually believe that the Sweepers will help him? Faust? Indeed. Sweepers do not invade residential areas. However, but what if where we're standing isn't actually a residential area? What are you talking about? Look, this place has got walls, beds, bedding, and I guess the walls felt weirdly mushy and melty. It wasn't just Rodya who realized what was going on. The other sinners all began to look around in confusion as well. The walls of the Kazan had all but melted away, leaving nothing behind. As though the place we slept the night in was but a house in a painting. Our realization came too late, as the wave-like noise from earlier had already encroached right up to where we were. And unlike the other times, when they'd simply part around the bus, they were cutting straight into the remnants of our logic. What's going on? Why? There. This is ridiculous. Sweepers! How dare they break the taboo so brazenly? Looks like I'll be facing the waves tonight. Why do you sound so excited about this? I mean, we've got to... Let's make some things clear. It's clear that if we do nothing but stand around, they'll sweep us all away. Damn it. We have to make our stand here. Hello. I wonder why they call it nocturnal sweeping, chat.
어버이를 향한 죄책감도
Hey, silver
피를
expectations.
마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이
Did I miss
마음껏
any
마셔. 그게
No, I just didn't
우리가
have two
이룰
stages
수
left.
있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
Night in the back streets. Oh, it's a mirror dungeon. Oh, joyous day.
불로
Why
정화하고
could that be?
깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
Who knows, chat? Who knows why it could be called a night in the back streets? Or a nocturnal sweeping. Yo, we got Ricardo fighting it out in the background. Hell yeah, dude.
못 쳐지게!
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Extract fuel is a horrifying attack. Oh, hi, it's Gia. Was she in the previous fight? I don't think she was. Oh yeah, he is this. Ouch, unbreakable coins.
누구를 건드렸겠다.
We truly live in a post-Canto 7 world. Let's see here. Dawn. We're at 3 hard blood.
어떤 말도 할 수 없어.
Consume up to 50 blood feasts and gain 1 hard blood for every 10. We're at 3. We're gonna go yellow. Even though it's strong. Let's throw in a power counter. I'd like to save AoE if I could.
전부 쳐지게.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Damn, I saw she immediately lost. Also, poor Greg.
40. 이 정도로 나와 동맹인데?
누구를 건드렸겠다.
Ah, Dawn had paralyze on her. That explains a bit.
이 피었잖아.
And she still won? Holy shit. Let's go. Alright, now we have 14 hard blood. We can go through that.
불길 속으로.
너희의 목이 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
Going to resist using the Ascendant skill. Gonna get rid of the green while the getting rid of is good.
가족을 위해.
For the family, I just noticed was the name of one of the attacks for the sweepers.
개인적으로 나는
너희의 목이 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
For the family. Weird. They're not blood fiends, though. I don't think.
불길 속으로.
따뜻한.
Yo, let's go to you. Hell yeah. Guess she could. She has a family name.
놈 나와.
이 정도로 나와 공명한데?
피날레를 시작하자. 예쁘네, 네 피분수.
No, they are not blood fiends. Yeah, I didn't think so. So, them having an attack called For the Family just seems a bit
이
odd
혈투를
to me.
승리로
It must be
이끌.
another lore thing that I don't understand. Which is fine. Hopeless? Doubt.
불길 속으로.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
이 피었덕을 마실 걸.
Nice.
아유탄 투표민. 꿰뚫려라.
눈을 떼어내주지.
Why is my little German voice so sane? They have the exact attacks from Ruina. Gotcha. I have not played Ruina, so there's probably something there that I'm missing.
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
Oh darn, Chad, I guess we'll just have to play the whole franchise, you know? The whole series. Oh my god, Claire is dying. What the hell?
찔려고.
너희의 목이 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
고귀하게
Wait. You're staggered. How are you? Wait a minute. I just sort of started to process what was going on there.
너희의 목이 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
They're gonna bleed out or
지금은
something.
바빠요.
He's only got a 1 bleed on him. He'll be fine. The lad'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen?
내 피분수
40 먹지.
Well, Sinclair's healed up a nice bit thanks to Princess Rhodia.
떼어내주지.
다른 놈 나와.
That's that wave down.
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
14 to go. Okay. 4 to go. Of the 14. And we have another wave? Damn. Fair enough.
다류탄초 경영육시 찌꺼라.
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
피날레를 시작하자.
Nice. That's a lot of damage.
이번에 내 피분수
Wave 2 complete. Wave 3 incoming. The battle was long and grueling. Even Ricardo and his henchmen appeared visibly exhausted after the second wave. Bro, we messed up. We never should have put you through this trouble in the first place. Don't worry about it, kid. Taking a brother came all the way from the south and guided him safely through the labyrinth that is H-Corp. I'd say you've done more than enough. No one could have expected that we'd be fighting with sweepers of all things. We're able to withstand the sweepers, enemies that could give the middle trouble. Practice makes perfect, perfection makes an expert, huh? I guess Hong Lu wasn't too off the mark. Man, we would have been long swept away by the Horde if we were still new at this. Ishmael, who was taking this brief downtime to check the sharpness of our harpoon, was right. We've been through something like this before. Fighting against an endless horde of enemies, long battles of attrition, it wasn't new. And that very experience was definitely an edge we had against these enemies. Of course. Can't we even handle the third wave at this rate? There was no choice but to withstand it. Nothing was certain just yet. We still had the third wave to survive. I'll carry out your sentences as soon as we survive the third wave. Even when we're all basically in the same boat, that guy just can't help but have it out for us, huh? Why would I ever... Third wave begins. With it, the buildings suddenly begin to shift violently. Whoa! Hold on. What's happening? The buildings are shifting. What's happening? I remember asking all of you guys to read the damn pamphlets. Buildings inside H-Corp shift every once in a while. I didn't know it would be like this, but still. Fortunately, it doesn't seem that the building we're in is shifting by much, Executive Manager. As soon as Otis finished, an errant building suddenly jutted violently from the ground. Rising in a diagonal burst, it struck Ricardo square in the chest, sending him blasting off into the skyline. Team Rocket blasting off again. Damn you! Mark my words, this is also going in the book! Yep, the little twinkle. Goodbye. Ricardo wasn't the only one that got practically punched by a building. Big bro! The henchmen in the middle, who had formed a defensive square to withstand the waves, were blasting off in all directions. Or maybe they were falling? I wasn't sure anymore. What is happening? The movement of the buildings has significantly reduced the enemy population in this area, Duncan. This is an opportunity. Now that those irritating bastards are off our backs, I think this is definitely more doable now. I can feel the spirit rising among the sinners. Come on, let's do this. We've done this kind of fight 1,000 times.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
그쪽도
나가서 싸워.
대인가?
뒤는 내가 봐주지.
꿰뚫려라! 꿰뚫린다. 아류탄초 경연육시 찢겨라!
Let's go, Rhodia. Oh my god. Where's that Reeves condition?
건드렸겠다.
Holy shit.
또한 용서할 테니.
Right, Great Door is fast up. Oh damn, they actually killed it in Claire. Holy shit. Is this what it's like playing current content? I actually need to protect my damage dealers? Whoa. Oh shit, they're killing Hong Lu's little sister.
다시 먹지.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
뭐 찾으게.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
아류탄초 경연육시 찢겨라!
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
꿰뚫려라!
네 피부에서
Oh my god, what the fuck? What did they just do to Greg? I think that was Greg. Oh my god. That was horrifying.
뒤질려고.
너희의 무기로
Greg lived at 1.
혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
Anyway, he's got bleed on him. Straight to the bin with Greg. Yeah, no
상담은
kidding.
나중으로 하지. 지금은
Holy shit.
그럴 여유가 없고.
in theory, Roja's thing can heal him. Theoretically.
못 찾게.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐줘.
He's the lowest HP ally. I'm not sure if she can heal him enough, though, considering it looks like she's also still having to heal herself. Oh my god, Greg's not dead? Holy shit, he's alive. He's back up to half. Oh my god. Greg's not dead. Despite their best efforts. Fucking 4 reuse coin, all heads. Oh man. That was horrifying. Heals a lot with skill 3. He was 1 health with a bleed. I was worried he was just gonna bleed himself out. Or maybe we procced Manager Dawn passive there, and Manager Dawn passive prevented him from bleeding out.
이 비었잖아.
So he procced his own passive to avoid dying from the raw damage. Manager Dawn passive proc to prevent him from dying from bleed. And then he was able to get a heal off thanks to his thing. Maybe.
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
That's my best guess, at least. That was horrifying, chat.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
놈 나와. 흙을 마실 걸?
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
And Sinclair got swept away. R.I.P. Sinclair. He will be missed. Was that the last of them? Current time is 0424 hours, about 10 minutes after the night of the Backstreets ends. But we can relax now, given that we survived the 3rd wave. The buildings are also no longer shifting. Stability has been restored. We did it, Executive Manager. Bloody hell. Finally. The centers all collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. There was a Kazan here, but it's gone now. Despite the fact that we haven't moved at all from our initial positions. There wasn't even a trace of it having been here. We realized that we'd been relocated on top of a roof, as though we had all just awakened from the dream of sleeping in a building that never even existed. That was one hell of a battle, man. Thought I was done for. This is killing me. I don't know if we could have survived that if that hair-obsessed loon wasn't here to draw some of them away. I guess we got something to thank him for. So that's all they've got in a head-on battle. Art thou acquainted with these foes, young Ryoshi? OFC. I've heard of them. Their scent of blood, 'twas faint, but it cannot be. No. 'Twould be best not to linger over long on this thought. Why not? Dig deeper. Letting ephemeral inspiration slip through your fingers is the death of creativity. I said I won't linger on it. Don't rush me. Whatever. How uninspiring. Guys, now's not the time to bicker. Ryoshu and Don Quixote's words were indeed unnerving. We'd have plenty of time to discuss that once we return to the bus. If we can return in one piece. Shi-Yihua. I'll be frank, that was impressive. I thought for sure you'd have been long swept away by now. Shi-Yihua must have been waiting somewhere nearby to watch us die, because it did not take long for him to reappear before us. Perhaps they agreed upon a new deal while we were fending off the waves of sweepers. The Mao branch and Zilu were both approaching us at an intimidating gait that contrasted their earlier passivity. Damn it. Executive Manager, we've had too many high-risk, high-fatigue battles in succession. I hate to offer such disloyal advice, but it may be wise to avoid this battle at all costs. That don't seem like an option to me. I look around. Most of the sinners were either dead, trampled and chopped to small, unrecognizable pieces, They were barely holding on at best. Whoa, big lady. Yeah, big bunny lady. Big bunny assassin. I can bring them back. I always do. But when they've completely surrounded us, I don't know if I can bring them back in time to protect me. They might just cut the sinners down as soon as they get back up. Well, this was well within my predictions. I can simply finish off anyone that hasn't been swept away. Now, a stage is set for my ascension. For the next 10 minutes, no sweepers, let alone anyone is coming here. You know why? Because who in their right mind would leave their homes when the night in the back streets is still ongoing? And it looks like even that annoying idiot from the middle's been taken care of too. Somehow. How much of this was your plan? How much, you ask? The whole thing, of course. All the way back to that construction site that blocked your path. The one who deceived that unscrupulous fool of your company? It was me. The one who put pitiful King Tao, who doesn't even have a family name with you? It was me, Barry. The one who attracted the Triax office to challenge you for a duel? It was me. And guess who it was that relayed your real-time location to all kinds of forces in the district? Yes, it was me. It was me, Hong Lu. I stole the precious treasure. And this trashy lodging without a residential permit? All devised by none other than yours truly, using Q-Corp's technology. I see. Oh, it's so good. It was so good, wasn't it? What a perfect strategy. What did you think? Aren't I great? Aren't I so utterly clever? This is exactly why I deserve to be the next family hire. A folly to speak those words. An unfamiliar voice echoed from the dark. There was neither animosity nor hospitality, only utter sincerity and nothing else. The speaker approached us, walking under the narrow ray of moonlight that shone between the shifted buildings. In his hand was a decapitated head, illuminated by the pale light. Blood dribbles from the severed neck, and the wide-open eyes remain frozen in its final moments, filled with utter terror. He walks towards us, in step with the drip, drip of the blood. It can't be. Jia Kui? I knew you. I was working for someone. It was him. Why do you have King Tao's head? I have brought back the wayward pet to his master, that it may once again be unleashed. There is a serpent, my lord. Leave it. We needn't shoo it away. What? You were loaned the Heisho pack so that you may simply get in their way. No more. Ma'am. I see. Was there a sudden change of heart once you held the leash in your hands? That to return to the Shi family side would be to your benefit? No. You knew everything all along. What, I must ask, is everything to you? Your vision is too limited for my lord's wisdom to comprehend. The wise fails to peer through the narrow-sighted eyes of the fool. But if by everything you refer to how you feigned abandonment from the Shi family to secure my lord's trust, indeed, it could be said that we do know everything. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I will share with you my most guarded secrets. The Shi family at, right, the 10 Blades of the East. Yes, the... But Shi Yua could speak no more. For a serpentine blade struck from the umbra and separated his head from his torso with ease. Little Yua, have I not warned you time and time again to guard your tongue against the creeping desperation? I believe that we have gathered the intelligence we hope to collect, my lord. You needn't pursue the serpent seal. Big lady. His voice boomed as he commanded those who appeared to be his officers. The tall, built man took a ponderous step from the shadows and stood before us. With an enigmatic expression, he wordlessly looked at Yihua's decapitated head, now lying on the ground, then at us. It was as though he was gazing upon the clouds or blades of grass. Purple Deathrite, new rupture, savior unit. Yeah, maybe. I shall take them with me. He picked up Yihua's decapitated head before gesturing at his officer with a nod. Ah, here it is, my lord. Wrap their heads with stasis wraps. The decomposition won't set in anytime soon. And with those bandages, he begins to wrap them up in a practiced motion. He does not pay us any heed, as though we weren't even worth the attention. Turn to me once you are finished here. Yes. Hold on. You can't just show up out of nowhere and... He did not reply, his eyes gazing, yet reflecting nothing but hollow emptiness. And just as he had emerged from the darkness, he vanished into the shadows, carrying 2 decapitated heads. Whoa. Hardcore.
오랜 목마름도
Alright.
어버이를 향한
Speaking of the
죄책감.
darkness, it is getting dark outside, so
순간에는
I'm going to
생각나지
go
않을 거다.
and tend goats real
그러니
quick.
가릴 것 없이
I'm
마음껏
sorry
마셔.
to leave it off right at the end, but I would rather
이룰 수
the
있는 유일한
coyotes not get
꿈이니까.
them. BRB. I am back. Let's finish this up. It's crazy. I'll have to, I don't know, like remove my new manager tag or something. I'll be all caught up on story, you know? Things weren't looking any better. I could instinctively tell that they were different from anyone or anything we'd faced in Hongyon so far. I don't suppose our lord left them alive only for us to slay them. Then perhaps it would be apt that I introduce myself, as it is common courtesy to do so. Call me Saigon. I am but a humble servant of my lord, Master Kui's teachings. My lord, Master Kui... Chi? It's not Q-U. Ki? Somehow I was reminded of the discussion King Tao refused to finish. For when the far one comes betwixt the burnt doors, shall the star fall astray. As for the song, it's a song that's become rather popular in the backstreets in recent months. This is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Name's Dante. I'm their manager. And I decided to speak up, struggling through the pressure. I instinctively knew that we had to find out as much as I could about the man from earlier. They introduced themselves as Manager Dante. I see. Your candidness is appreciated. Zilu, withdraw them out. It seems that we need not contend with them at the moment. Very well. It seemed that they had the very same thought about us. Now, is that sufficient proof of our intent to engage in a brief discourse? To discuss some matters with you to mark a courtly ending to this encounter should be of a benefit to us, for the prospects of our future, so ask away, as they say. So, that's when Jia-kun stepped forward, having retreated from the domineering presence. So, that's what those suspicious songs I heard in the backstreets were about. It's about you guys, wasn't it? So, are those lyrics true? Ah, so that is what you wish to know. Ji-chun of the Jia family. It is said that you possess talent in rhetoric, yet walk a path beclouded by concern and anxiety. Truly, your insignificance precludes your part in greatness. Wei, don't speak for me. I would have been the first to say anything if I thought she was wrong. Yes, my lady. Shi Yihua. You're the one who sent him after us, right? Close, yet not exact. He was an agent of the Shi family, and sent to spy on my lord's doings. We had bestowed him control of a Heisho pack, for we had found his conduct shallow, and saw a means of learning more of the Shi family's machinations. Yet it seems that, once granted power, the boy mistook himself for a man with the wherewithal to represent the Shi family. So you used him. Just as he sought to use us, though he was quite shallow in his strategy compared to our own. So, what now? I don't think you're looking to kill us, right? Now, nothing. Do whatever it is you had sought to accomplish here. You are letting two of your master's rivals go, just like that. What a strange thing to say. Look around as I might, I fail to see any rivals here. Then... Why did you order Yihua to attack us? You said it yourself, we're not even your rivals. The manager inquires why you commanded Yihua to carry out this assault against Limbus Company. They fear, yet they seek to gain understanding through that fear. Yet they remain wanting in a certain perspicacity. My lord has always said that if one learns not from a plight, then no discourse with them shall bear fruit. Instead of giving me a straight answer, Zagong left me with only a puzzling comment before she brushed past us. I have given you courtesy enough. This is a good time for us to depart. Now, do stay nicely within your borders, as you have remained there thus far. I would greatly despise an odd splash of ink marring the great painting. With that, Zagong walked away into the shadows cast beneath the forest of buildings. Zilu and the countless Heisho that had surrounded us also disappeared with them. Finally. looked around just in time to see Otis collapse, while the rest of the sinners lay dead or barely clinging to life. And there was Jiu Shikun, who had collapsed to the floor as well, and Wei, who was tending to her wounds, and me, who somehow survived through all that without getting decapitated. The night that put us through multiple brushes with death came to an end. The day breaks. Yeah, that's pretty much everything that's happened. That big brother key? I see. Once the day broke, we decided to take a quick walk outside to recover a little from the exhaustion of the night. It was also to decide our course of action from here on. We also had to decide if we wanted to travel with Jia-Chikun, with whom we shared our destination. Hello? Did you forget how to make a concerned face or something? How are you maintaining that irritating poker face through this whole conversation? Of course not. Classic Jia family secrecy, huh? Always hiding something, and I bet you are too. If you are, you better spit it out now. I don't have the time to casually stroll about with my to-be enemy. Jikun, as I have always said, the seat of the family hierarchy is of no... Fine. Even if you're lying, I do know that you haven't prepared anything for your assignment anyway. Changing the subject. Jia Shikun, who was chatting with Hong Lu, methodically slowed down enough to walk right next to me, as though she was executing steps of a plan. You lead my brother's faction, don't you? About what I wanted to talk to you about earlier. I guess I do. For now, I guess. Earlier? Oh, is this about our conversation back at the Kazan? Brother, translations, please. Of course. Dante is unquestionably our manager. Great. Let me make a proposal then. Become my faction for the duration of the family hierarchy evaluations. Help me out. What? Can we do that? Can we do that? Why not? You guys managed to stall even the sweepers. That means you command a formidable force. Besides, you're headed to the family mansion anyway, aren't you? You just don't know what to do once you get there. And as for the competition, well, my brother doesn't care about the whole thing anyway. So why don't you join me? Help me become the family hierarch. I'm not like our other older siblings. I always pay my debts, whether that's for a favor or for a grudge. If you can't trust me, I'm happy to make a written... Can we do that, Faust? Faust deems Jishikun's plan, her explanations of it at least, rather flawless. Having such an ally at the apex of a wing will be a great boon to Limbus Company as well. I guess so. And I don't see any reason to refuse her offer. Hong Lu, who's been listening in on our conversation, boiled the discussion down to a clearer explanation and related to Jia-Chikun. Perfect. It is said that the formation of such alliances should come with a grand banquet to mark the occasion and to cement the upcoming coalition. The banquet's on me. Once we get closer to the central zone, let's find a nice Kazan to discuss our future ventures together. You're Dante, right? Let's make this thing work. Let's. I was still bewildered by the turn of events, but Jia-Chikun reached out for a handshake with such earnestness that I found myself almost drawn to shake her hand in return. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we ever made ourselves an ally that wasn't specifically selected by the company, huh? Well, if that's the case, I really hope we can at least have one ally who doesn't meet a terrible end. Yeah. Project Moon. Why'd you have to say that, you know? After the banquet. We walked out of the Kazan to find Mephistopheles waiting for us in the middle of the road. Wow, man. I never thought about it, but now that it's just standing like this in the middle of the street, it really stands out, doesn't it? Is this your usual ride? Glad to see you're all safe. Sada and Pilot walked out from inside the bus. So, did you guys take care of the business? I have some more pressing things to talk about. Listen well, do you have any idea how much trouble your subordinate's little connection... Yes, Miss Faust already gave me a report. Pilot. Oh boy. Yes, ma'am. By the way he's awkwardly stepping forward, he probably already got a hell of a talking to from Saudi. Real mighty sorry about that, y'all. I've only ever been a part of eradication missions, never in the espionage business, so... Pilot, what did I say about mixing excuses into an apology? Forget what I said. Real mighty sorry, for real. This King Tao guy approached me and sweet-talked me into going along with a plan of his. So I got too cocky, assuming that I knew better than my seniors. I'm sorry, too. I forgot that he's still a new guy in the business. Of course he'd be prone to making these mistakes. Looks like we'll both be writing letters to explain our failure together, huh? You're both getting disciplined for this? The disciplinary action is unlikely to be anything of significance. The LCB team came out unscathed, all things considered. However, it is likely that they may have to work for half a year without pay. I'd consider it a win if all we're getting is dock pay. Next time, I do promise. Next time, I'm gonna get good at this job. I'm gonna become someone who can actually provide good assistance to y'all. Of course, Pilot, you really should. In fact, you will have no choice but to become a contributing member of the team when I'm done with you. Let's really get to it, huh? No one's dying or getting fired under my watch as long as I'm their manager. I'll make sure of that. Yeah. Oh, right. Almost forgot to tell you, Sade. It's real important business stuff. Going forward, we're gonna... Oh, yeah, I was going to bring that up sooner or later. We just got orders from the LCA. Sade produced a small device from her pockets and began reading from it. Upon arrival at the central zone of H-Corp, the LCB will participate in the family hierarchy evaluation with a candidate. We were going to anyway. Now this bus team faction's gonna be my... The LCB will present the following sinner as their chosen candidate. Sinner number 6, Hong Lu. What? And then they... Kim Ji-hoon, what do you mean, Finn? What? You can't do that. What the hell? You, all of you, I'm gonna make you throw up everything you just ate, you assholes. I like her. Hong Lu's sister is great. She's hilarious. Alright, and there we go. So much for that alliance. Sorry, she couldn't. Alright, well, with that, we are all up to date. We've got the whole event completed. We've cleared Nocturnal Sweeping, and I guess I'll have to remove my new manager out of my stream titles. I'm now just manager. Whoa. Alright. But yeah, all wrapped up. I am so hyped. Now we pull yes, I am saving. The way I look at it, we usually have like a little mini event, you know, before the next thing. And I can't help but notice, Walpurgis knocked. Let's see, there's Walpurgis knocked there, little mini here. Walpurgis knocked before Kanto. And then we had a Walpurgis knocked. We might have another Walpurgis knocked before Kanto 8, which would be really awesome, because then I'll still have shards. But yeah. Save for Walpurgis? Exactly, yep. Saving my lunacy. I got what I wanted. We did 100 pulls on the Ryoshu banner. We got what we wanted. Which was, you know, probably after the Kanto start. Ah, dang it. Fair enough. Well, I guess I'll just have to, you know, shard everything in here first, you know? Gotta make sure I get all of these before they get locked away for a season. Alright. That said, I'm gonna wrap this one up here because, yeah, we are all up to date on the story. And, oh, it's so good. They can have both heavy moments and absolutely hilarious moments. I adore this game. It's so good. In terms of what I plan to stream tomorrow, I'm thinking we might try poking around at the railway, maybe. We might try giving that a go. That said, for now, take it easy, everybody. Have a good one. Peace.